Welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. I appreciate you guys for being here. If you haven't been here before, we just simply debate Trump supporters until I rage quit every day, which tends to be around the 4-hour mark. Now, we already have our first Trump supporter loaded into the live. Their name is Rugo, and Rugo is definitely pretty interesting. That's why I made sure to start the conversation. Rugo came up here and asked me, what has Kamala Harris done in the last 6 months while Trump has been president? And he's placed an unrealistic burden on her to be providing to the average American more than the president, who is Trump. So he just asked me the question, what has she done in the last 6 months to benefit Americans? And, there's a context that's required. That's where the conversation has gone before I started the live over on YouTube. But the reason I started the live over on YouTube is so this following question could be on the record forever. So you are now criticizing Kamala Harris, saying that she hasn't done enough for Americans in the last 6 months as a private citizen. Well, sir, go ahead and tell us what one thing our President Trump has done to benefit the average American in the last 6 months.
Well, if I say he closed, so I live in San Antonio, Texas, right? So he closed the border.
How did he do that?
Well, he sent more agents. He sent more people over there. He did. I don't know. He sent more agents. That's how I would answer.
So your answer.
He closed the border, and he said he sent more ICE agents.
So your answer is I don't know.
More people. No, he sent more ICE agents.
So, ICE agents? Wait, ICE agents are those that are ICE agents are those that are in charge of deportations.
He sent more border people to the border
to
make sure people come in legally.
And what was the outcome of that benefited the average American?
Bro, do you know who Lincoln Riley is?
I do know who Lincoln Riley is, yeah.
Okay, do you know who Trendy Aragua is? Because they were in my city in an apartment complex.
You're in Aurora?
Do you know who they are? In San Antonio, Texas. Look up Trendy Aragua taking over an apartment complex. Look that up, brother.
All right, so I do know who Trendy Aragua is. I also know who Lincoln Riley is. Now go ahead and wrap it in full picture. What has Donald Trump done to help the average American? Where are we at? Yeah, I don't think he has an answer, chat. By the way, I can't hear you.
I'm answering, brother. Oh, am I on pause? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got to be able to see. You have to be able to see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
I can hear you. I can see you, bro.
Right. So
okay,
tell me about Lincoln Riley. What do you think about her?
I think that's sad, bro. That a legal person came over and
do you think that
they raped her and killed her, right?
Do you think that Democrats kind of ignore Lincoln Riley? They don't talk about her enough?
To be honest, I think nobody talks about it enough.
Right. And do you think that the fact that Democrats, specifically, do you think it's pretty sinister and evil that Democrats don't like to talk about Lincoln Riley?
Do I think it's sinister and evil that Democrats don't? No, I don't not think. I think it doesn't help them because they wanted open borders. Oh. I don't think it's evil.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you know who Molly Tibbetts is?
I do not know who Molly Tibbetts is.
Oh, of course you don't know who Molly Tibbetts is. That was actually a woman that was unalived by an undocumented immigrant under Trump's first term. So it seems like they don't actually really care about women that are being murdered by individuals, and they only talk about it when it benefits their political agenda.
What year was that?
Don't interrupt me.
What year was that? 2016?
Don't interrupt me.
No,
Donald Trump wasn't even president
what year was
in
that?
2016. I'm
what year was
I'm
that?
not going to allow you to interrupt me while I'm speaking. I don't know who you think you are, but the way that we have these conversations is by allowing each other to finish. So I'm going to go ahead and finish what I said. Is that fair?
Can you tell me the year, please?
2018. Now, do you hear me? Do you hear me telling you to shut the hell up? Okay. All right, man. Now I've put you on mute. I'm going to need to be able to finish speaking. All right? Is that fair? So calm down. Come off of mute. I don't want to have to put the binky in your mouth forcefully. Okay, what's going on with your mic?
Nothing. You put me on mute. Can you hear me?
You're muffling your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Go out of the app, then go back into it. You have an echo. It sounds like he's underwater. I just want to be able to give him an argument, but it's like I can't even give him an argument. He's interrupting me. He has an echo. He's all over the place. This guy's all over the place. It's a good debate tactic I've realized from some people on the right is they'll just do everything in their power to just not allow me to be able to make an argument. And that's their debate tactic. Okay, sir, now come back into the app Now you got to come back to TikTok. And he left. I don't know why. Why do they do that, dude? It's so annoying. Like they just, oh, he's back in the queue. Like they just want to be able to come up here, like say shit, and then just like leave. I don't know. Okay, Rugo,
Can you
welcome
hear
back
me?
in. I can. Now, quickly, I'm going to thank
Yeah, bro.
somebody else for another donation. Justin again with another $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Justin. Let's get 400 Justin W's down below. Justin says, here's some more money for telling the truth and not supporting a racist person who doesn't care about us and for standing up for us. Justin, I love you, man. Thank you for the $40. The guys would say I'm making money off of Trump's name. Let's show some love to Justin down below. Now I'm going to give you my argument. So you brought up Blake and Riley. You brought up an undocumented immigrant that had committed a violent crime and murdered somebody in the country. So let me ask you a question, because I don't really think that you care about crime too much here. Tell me, what percent of violent crimes that occur in America are committed by undocumented immigrants?
It's probably way less than any white, black, Mexican, like any person. It's probably way less than all of them.
Okay, so it's 1%. And on top of
Yeah,
that,
okay,
dude,
it's
they're
probably way,
2.5
way
times
less.
less likely to commit violent crimes when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. So I want to ask
Okay,
you a
what
second
about
question.
Trende Aragro?
Because I'm still running my argument. You have to be
Okay,
able to
go
let
ahead.
me finish running my argument. Now I want to ask you a second question. Who commits 92% of all violent crimes in this country?
Is it white or black? I don't know. What is it?
What? No, I'm not asking you a question based on race. It's men.
Males. Okay,
It's
yes.
men, right? So I find it absolutely fucking hilarious that you're going to pop up here and tell me that we need to do a mass deportation because undocumented immigrants are the problem. They're the one committing all the violent crimes, even though men commit 90x the amount of violent crimes that undocumented immigrants do. And you've never talked about that a day in your life.
Brother.
And you never sought a solution for that a day in your life. You've never wanted to try to address and figure out why men are committing so many crimes or how to reduce that number. And that's why I think when you sit here and you tell us that we need to forcefully remove 12 million people from this country, rip families apart, and destroy our economy over individuals that are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, that it's just a little bit of a virtue signal. And I mean, if nothing that I've said so far proves my point, I'm going to go in and put the nail in the coffin. And the nail in the coffin would be the fact that you put a 34-count felon in the Oval Office. You put somebody that was held liable for a violent offense, rape, in the Oval Office. And when he turned around and he pardoned individuals that were found guilty of violent crimes, like bashing cops' heads in with their feet on January 6th, or driving in a stun gun into a cop's neck and giving them a heart attack on January 6th, we're talking about Trump's pardon of DJ Rodriguez. You just turned the other cheek. You never talked about it. You never talked about it. You never looked at it, and you didn't care. And for all these reasons and more, I'm not convinced that you care about crime. You have to unmute yourself. I sent you an invitation. It's very simple, Rugo. I want you to click on your profile picture and then click the
Hello?
icon of the microphone. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so I never said we should. I think we should get all the criminals out, bro. The moms, the daughters, and all them. They should have came legally, and if they get caught, they are gonna get sent back. But we need to get the gang members out, bro. And you know that too. Like, I
Okay.
agree with you and I disagree with you because, bro, there's still gang members. I live right by the border. I live in San Antonio, Texas. Like, trust me, bro. There are criminals that come over.
Point number
And
one. Point
and
number
can
one.
hold up. Can I finish talking? Because you went on like a 5-minute rant too.
Well, the first
And
point that I wanted to make is
when
that you're
hold
not
up, please, bro,
responding
please,
to
bro,
what I said.
please, bro. Okay, look. Most of the bro, because TikTok was on when people were coming over the border, right? There was not one Mexican that came over the border. They were literally from all these other countries. I did not see not one Mexican come over. They were Chinese, they were Indian, they were from Russia, they were from all these other places but Mexico. And it was on TikTok, and it was on X, and it was on all those platforms. And you'll probably pull up
Okay.
something that more Mexicans came over than anybody because
No,
that's who got
I'm
caught.
just making sure that I'm writing down your points. So I just wrote down your 2 points. So what was my argument about? So for everybody that's in the chat listening, I mean, I bet you heard me clear as day. I gave an argument about how, in response to this guy's claim about Lake and Riley and other individuals that have been victims of violent crimes that have been committed by undocumented immigrants, well, I just gave him a simple argument to point out that they're significantly less likely to commit violent crimes compared to citizens. They only commit 1% of all violent crimes. Meanwhile, men commit 90. And he
They
never
committed a
talks
crime coming over the border, bro.
And I'm going to
That's the
mute you
crime right
again.
there.
And I'm going to mute you again if you interrupt me.
That's the crime right there.
I was
Coming over
specifically
the border.
referring to violent crimes. A
Okay, but
misdemeanor
is
of
that a
undocumented
crime, yes or
entry
no?
is not a violent crime. It is a crime, but it's not a violent crime. And if
So do you
listen to
commit
anything that I
non-violent crimes
said,
every day?
well,
Or no?
Well,
Do
yeah,
you?
I speed.
Oh, you speed. Okay. But
So
if you if a cop was behind
you
you
are now
and he-
interrupting me. I'm going to give you
Oh my
5
God,
seconds to
bro.
stop interrupting me. Ow, why are you looking
Okay.
at me like I'm crazy here? I just want to be able to talk without you interrupting me. Why are you looking at me like I'm crazy? Why are you talking like I'm so unrealistic and insane for sitting here telling you to shut the hell up and let me finish speaking because you interrupted me 3 words in? Don't give me the, oh my God, bro, okay. Just say, okay, Dean, I'm sorry for interrupting you and I'll let you finish speaking. And you demanded the same thing out of me, by the way, so don't be a hypocrite. Now I'm going to go back to what I was saying. I gave you an argument to demonstrate that you don't really care about crime because undocumented immigrants only commit 1%. Meanwhile, men commit 92%, and you never focus on that a day in your life. And then I gave you the nail in the coffin, how your president is a 34-count felon, right? Which is a higher degree of an infraction upon the law, which is a felon, compared to the misdemeanor that undocumented immigrants are guilty of, and his pardons of the violent offenders that try to kill cops on January 6th and how you don't care. And you listened to that argument, you consumed that position, and you crumpled it up in a ball, you threw it out the window, and then you responded by telling me that we need to deport gang members and immigrants aren't Mexican. Okay, so I think if we're going to try to have a productive dialogue here, you have to be able to, at the bare minimum, respond to what I say. But we're going to leave that behind us, and now I'm going to respond to your 2 points. Your first point was saying that we need to deport individuals that are members of a gang or people with prior violent offenses. So I agree. Undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their records either do need to be put in jail or deported. But here's the funny fact. The Trump administration is actually deporting individuals with prior criminal offenses at lower rates than the Biden-Harris administration was because their focus is not specifically on them, but rather on all undocumented immigrants, including the innocent moms, dads, and children.
Okay. So the 34 felonies. Why isn't he in jail, bro? Let me know.
Yeah, because by the time sentencing came around, he was already president, and the judge didn't want to send the president to jail.
Okay. So what are things you do like about Trump and what he's done in the past 6 months? Do
I'm
you
not
have
going to let you
any
pivot.
positive things?
Unfortunately, sir, you're not going to be allowed to pivot. Like,
Oh,
okay,
okay. So
this is
the next
unreal.
thing was 92% of males commit crime, right?
No.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
92% of males commit violent crime.
I did not say that 92% of men commit violent crimes. I said that 92% of violent crimes are committed by men.
Okay, 92%. Okay, are committed by men. And how you want me responding to that of why they do it? Why do I think they do it?
No.
Like, how do you want me to respond to that?
No, that was a point that I just brought up to demonstrate how you don't really care about violent crime because you only ever talk about Lake and Riley, but you never talk about all the multiple, or disproportionate amount of victims that are made victims by the 92% of violent crimes that are committed by men as a whole. You never address that, and you specifically also never address the fact that Donald Trump himself has raped a woman, and that was proven inside of a court, and yet you still support him as president.
Donald Trump has raped a woman, and it has been proven in court.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me.
That is what I'm telling you. Absolutely.
Oh, I need some proof on that.
Yeah, just go on Google, type in Donald Trump civil court rape case. I mean, you'll be given articles from the Wall Street Journal with a headline that reads, "Yes, judge clarified that Donald Trump did rape Eugene Carroll." Mm-hmm. He was held civilly liable by a unanimous jury of 9.
And when did that rape occur? And when did the lady go to the court?
So we need to call it grape. That's a TikTok TOS word. They
Oh,
grape
okay, my bad.
occurred
I didn't know.
in 1996, and she started
Okay.
her lawsuit against Donald J. Trump in 2019.
Brother, come on. Come on.
What am
Come
I?
on, bro.
What am I waiting for here?
She waited 40 years
I don't.
or 30 years
Point number one, you can't do
to,
math. Point number two, 60% of women that are
bro,
raped by
I'm
men
speaking fast.
never bring it to the authorities in their lifetime. So why are we victim blaming one that waited 30 years?
No one's victim blaming. It's just
Yeah, you
funny.
are.
Like,
No,
it's just funny.
you are victim blaming because instead of evaluating the standard of evidence that the court used to demonstrate Donald Trump's
So why
guilt,
didn't they put him in jail?
outside of recognizing the fact that there was a unanimous jury that agreed he was guilty of raping her, you didn't even ask for the evidence for this occurring. You didn't read the court documents and make your mind up for yourself based upon the evidence that was submitted. You just said, oh, she lied. Yeah, that's victim blaming. Just baselessly accusing a woman that claims she was raped and then proved it in court to an anonymous jury of 9 without doing any research on the jury, without doing any research on the court case, without doing any research on what the evidence was, without doing any research on what the arguments from Donald Trump and his attorneys were and what the arguments from E. Jean Carroll and her attorneys were, and just casting that all out and saying she was lying is absolutely victim blaming. And I'll say that unapologetically with the totality of my chest.
I just think it's a coincidence she waited that long. You know what I mean?
I don't think that
Okay,
there was
well,
anything
I think
coincidental
Trump
about
does
it.
a lot of good
Well,
things.
one second, sir. I would
Like,
like to respond to
oh, go
that
ahead.
claim. I don't
Go
think that
ahead.
there's anything coincidental about it. I think that we have a very clear reason why she waited so long. And that clear reason why is how normalized and accepted grape culture is in America. In America, when a woman comes out and accuses a powerful man of raping her, even if she has evidence, enough evidence to prove it in court, all of a sudden, so many people are willing to attack that woman, attack that victim. In fact, you're literally doing it right now, so you cannot deny this fact. And it was so bad that she was fired from her job as a journalist. She lost her job just because she publicly spoke out about the fact that she was raped, even though she proved it in court. She has been turned into a monolith of the left, dehumanized, have had her dignity stripped of her, and has had frivolous attacks launched against her character, who she is as a person, and what has happened to her for no other reason than she spoke out about her rapist, right? So obviously, I think this is a very clear explanation insofar as why she waited so long and why so many other women that are raped also wait so long. As I brought up when you first made this point, 60% of women that are raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime because of how widely accepted rape culture is in America today. It's not coincidental. It is the consequence of a really fucked up system propped up by you.
It's my fault. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the fault of you and the fault of a whole lot of other people that think very similar to you.
And not you.
No, not me, exactly.
So it's my fault that women get raped. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, actually, to a certain extent, it is the fault of you and other individuals like you. When you promote grape culture, you're promoting the acceptability of these heinous
So
actions being committed onto women because you're basically telling men that they could go grape a woman, have it proved in court, and then still be able to be able to manage their way into the most powerful position, like known to mankind, available to any human. You know what I mean? Like, we should be stigmatizing grape. We should be stigmatizing rapists. We should be limiting the opportunity of people that do grape so we could introduce an incentive structure to society that will reduce the amount of grapes in which occur. But instead, you were like, oh, he was adjudicated to have raped a woman in court. I'm not going to look at that court. I'm going to call the victim a liar, and I'm going to support him as president.
okay, can I talk now? Because you've been talking for a minute,
Yeah.
bro. Okay, you obviously do this more than me, and you could talk better and all this stuff, but that woman waited 30 years to come forward, and you said 60% of women don't ever come forward, or they might come forward. It's to me, it's funny because it's right around an election time. There's a bunch of fake news going around Trump. There's a bunch of real news going about around Trump. Um, I would, I would like, I'm still on Trump's side because I wouldn't believe that woman, brother. And I will go check out the court. Like I will go check out the court
Yeah,
documents and all that stuff.
yeah. This is
I
why.
will do
This
that,
is why. This is why I call
but
you a big time
now
POS. This
no,
is
but
why I
look, but
call you a big
now
time
I will.
POS. This is
Oh
why I
my
call
god.
you a big time POS. You're just basically calling her a liar. What is your reason to call her a liar?
Because bro, Trump has been right about so many things, and if they would have they would have took him out of office if this was real stuff. They don't want him in the office.
He was. They would have took him out of office if it was real. So actually, no. My counter argument to prove you wrong
Elon Musk,
would be that
okay, Elon Musk would
you're
have been like,
interrupting me.
Donald Trump's a
You're
rapist.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. So
Go ahead.
actually, no. My counter argument against the idea that people wouldn't have voted for him if it was real is the fact that it is real. I'm trying to communicate that to you. I'm giving you the argument. I'm giving you all of the facilities you would need in order to prove that it is real, yet you are not using or accessing those facilities. You are not interested in exploring truth, and you're
I literally
basically
said I will
calling her a
look.
liar.
No, I will look.
And I'm
But
telling you that I
as
don't
of
believe
now,
you because you've already made up your mind. I don't believe you because you're telling us you've already made up your mind. You're telling us that you've already made up your mind that she's a liar, even though you know nothing about her, even though you know nothing about the court case. Sir, do you typically reject the conclusions formed by courts without any reason?
oh my god.
Do you typically
I
do that? Tell me, do you typically reject the conclusions formed by courts without any reason? Answer
the
my
court
question.
system, the court system is very, bro, you know that that's not an easy answer to like
It is.
answer.
It is an easy answer. The answer is no.
If I have a good lawyer, I can get off anything, and you
That's
know
not the
that.
question that I asked you. I asked you if you typically reject the outcomes of courts without any reason.
Do I typically okay, well, in this certain case, and if I looked at other cases where women waited 40 years when the man's a multi-billionaire, top of his thing, I would find it very suspicious. Like, why is this woman doing this? Why didn't she like
Wouldn't the
so
fact
in
that
this
they're like a
specific
billionaire
case,
give even more reason for the woman to wait so long or to never report it at all because
I
of
mean, he's
how
been
much
rich since
societal power the man would have?
bro, women have more societal power than men, and you know that.
What is your
You know
argument for
that.
that? Can you give me the
That
argument for that?
if she came out and if she got the news press and all that stuff, they would have picked her side instead of Trump's side.
As you actively pick Trump's side, even
Okay,
though he's
so
found
what
guilty.
happened with Mike Tyson?
As you say that,
What
as
happened
you
with Mike?
actively pick Trump's side with no evidence,
What happened
bro,
with Mike
you are your
Tyson?
own counter argument. You are literally your own counter argument. You are actively picking Trump's side without
Mike
any
Tyson
reason
went to
or
the
any. Dude, shut the fuck up. You obviously don't care about consent, so I'm not gonna care about your consent when I interrupt you or I mute you or when I speak. Okay? No, you cannot sit here and say that, she came out and basically accused him of raping her, that everybody would pick her side. Okay, my counter argument against this is that she not only just accused him, but she was able to provide enough evidence to convince a jury inside of a court, and you are still baselessly picking his side. You are the counter argument to your own claim. If you're going to sit up here and say that society will always believe the woman, then God, don't be a hypocrite. At the bare minimum, believe the woman.
I bet brother, what you do, you're really smart, and what you do is really good, right? But I'm not a dummy. I don't spend my life on TikTok.
You're a big
So
time dummy. I'm going to be honest.
okay, well, okay, you could say that. But I know that it's bigger than Trump and it's bigger than Kamala. There's a big scheme on. There's rich people that really own this world. That's all I know. So I'm not really gonna defend Trump about rape when I know that he's not even the biggest player in this game. You understand? I know that.
Oh my
No, for real.
God.
There's,
Dude.
bro.
Dude, you're sitting here telling me that you don't even care if our president is a rapist because he's not the biggest player in the game. But then you sit here and you tell me that we should destroy families, rip them apart, and deport millions of people for a simple misdemeanor.
Okay, and I have a daughter, and if I was drinking and driving, they would separate me from my family because I committed a crime. When people come over the border, they commit a crime.
Actually, no. If you're drinking and driving and you're like a father and your kids aren't with you, they won't separate you from your kids. That's not true.
Okay, if I committed a crime, they will separate. I will do jail time. What are you talking about?
So, A, not all crimes would yield jail time. Like for instance, misdemeanor crimes don't typically yield jail time, including DUIs. Funny enough, so that's a funny example that you brought up. And B,
Okay, in what state? In what state? Because all laws are different. I
yeah,
live
like
in
for instance,
Texas.
like the state that
I live
I'm
in
in.
Texas.
Are you saying that all misdemeanor crimes in Texas carry require jail time?
If you get caught with marijuana in Texas, you are gonna do a day in jail.
Well,
Yeah.
I gotta now kick him for even just saying that. But what a silly, goofy man. I didn't ask you about one specific crime. Obviously, you would be able to point out crimes that require jail time. No fucking shit. But my question was, do all crimes require jail time? What a lousy man. What a lousy argument. I mean, people like that, chat, they really upset me. You know, I've been really working on keeping my cool lately, and I could do that. But then the moment people come up here and make arguments like the ones he did, it is harder because that shit really affects me. You know, just the fact that a rapist can be found guilty in court and then they just say he's innocent with no reason at all. He hasn't explored the evidence, the court documents, etc. That irks my soul. Welcome in, Silent. Do you support Trump?
Hey dude, so no, I don't support Trump. I just want to say thank you for
I really appreciate you, man. Unfortunately, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I do have to kick you. I do apologize, but I do appreciate you for coming up. Your friendly narrator, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube, saying my
Go
greatest.
past this light. Then at the next one, turn left.
Well, you could go and assume that they're driving. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen, everybody. If you want to come up here and have a conversation with me, hop in that queue. Make sure you are following the rules, though. Make sure that you are following the rules. If you are not following the rules, you will be promptly kicked. But let's go to read off a handful of donations. Narrator, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the love. Everybody show some love to Narrator down below. And then also Veteran with a $10 on Super Chat, calling that last guest a liar. Dude, he's a big-time liar, Veteran. Appreciate you for being here once again, man. You are here every single day. We love you. If everybody watching can please show some love to Narrator and Veteran, that'd mean the world to me while we're trying to get that next guest up here. As well as, let's see, Lindsay, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. And I'll do some research on him, Lindsay. Everybody, let's get 100 Lindsay W's down below. Caleb with a $5 saying, listening to your stream is the best part of my day. I appreciate you for being here, Caleb. Andrew with a $10 on PayPal saying, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew down below in that chat. And then Sophie with a 20. Thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal, Sophie. You were great. Everybody, 200 Sophie W's. Thank you. Sophie says, thank you for talking about grape culture. It is so necessary. I wish that society would talk about it a little bit more. Welcome in, Daniel. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. Howdy,
I'm,
man.
I'm gonna say it. Do you need me to say any of my age or anything like that?
Yeah. Just want to know how old you are.
36.
All right. And why do you support Trump?
Typically, honestly, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I mean, for my entire life, I've typically tried to stay in the basis of supporting our president, whoever's in office. I typically have never agreed with how people live their life and how things have been done in America, but at the same time, in order to, I guess, operate freely without having any antagonism, I try to stay within the basis of supporting my country.
Okay. Well, supporting your country means not supporting the president if your president is hurting the country.
Yeah, I understand that maybe some people might feel that way. I think that we can make that call.
Everybody should feel that way. Just listen. Like, we're not even really talking about Trump here. We're like talking more conceptually. Supporting
Okay.
your country means not supporting the president if the president is hurting the country. True or false?
I would say true. Absolutely true.
Okay,
If he's
so
if he's hurting the country,
because
not be
you
supported.
support the country and you support Trump as president, this means that you think Donald Trump is not hurting the country but helping the country. So I will ask you, why do you think Donald Trump is helping the country?
Okay, so with my evidence to prove that, actually, I came on here trying to typically touch up on the whole case thing because I was, as I was listening to you bring up the whole grape case against him. Like I googled it, and it it clearly states that he wasn't accused, or he didn't. How can I say he wasn't? I can't even find the word to it. Forgive me if I'm a little nervous. I've never been online before, but it stated that he wasn't found guilty of it. Now I know that anybody could say that, hey, there's evidence to prove so. You know what I mean? And I don't like typically calling people liars or anything like that. And it's not based off of my opinion, but I do feel confident in our government and our court system that if he was to be found guilty, then it'd be something that would be measured on him, and it's not. So that's the only claim that I have on that. I mean, because as far as everything he's
I
doing,
didn't really
I
track
can't.
that. I didn't follow. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that if he's not found guilty and if it's not on his record, they're all
So
claims.
he was.
Because I googled it.
He was
Yeah,
held
I just
civilly, he
googled
was
it.
held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll, and then the specific action that the court found him to have done to E. Jean Carroll is something that we colloquially understand as grape, and something that is now understood as grape per the law of New York State. When you read claims saying that he wasn't found guilty for grape, that just means that he wasn't found guilty for forcefully inserting his male member into E. Jean Carroll's female member. He was found guilty for forcefully inserting his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's female member. Right, but that's something that we all colloquially understand as grape. That's something that is now
Which is ultimately disgusting. We would all
right,
agree
and
on
that, that is now
Nobody's
also
gonna support
something that is legally defined as grape in the state of New York. So I hope that clears up that position for you. So now that you understand that, yeah, he was found guilty of grape, do you still support him?
So the problem is with this, I would say no, because of course I wouldn't support a rapist.
All right.
But what I'm saying is that yes, because I did break the rules. I mean, I do support what's going on in the world now. I mean, as far as like things
Okay.
being changed,
Wait,
because there's a lot of
so,
things.
so, so, so I just want a response. Do you or do you not still support Trump after you've now figured out that, yeah, he's a rapist?
Exactly. That's exactly what we would say.
What? That was
I
a
would
question.
not. That's a, you asked me if I would or not. I said that's exactly what we would say. I would not support a rapist.
Okay, so you don't support him, right?
At this point, no. But I'm.
Great, man. Good to hear. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Beck City loading up into the live right now, y'all. Madeline, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Madeline, I really appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. Madeline says, had a crazy back and forth with an anti-abortion person today, and your name came up. By any chance I could send you the screenshot somewhere? They had some wild takes at the end, and I think they'd be entertaining for you. Anywho, just keep on doing what you're doing. You should just copy and paste their wild takes in a comment response to the donation. I'd love to read them. I bet that you cooked them. I bet that you cooked them. Let's be real. Everybody, show some love to Madeline down below in that chat, as well as Ali. 10 minutes ago, I appreciate you so much for the $5, and then Dale 11 minutes ago with the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love calling that last guy horrible. I agree, Dale. Welcome in, Dustin. Are you MAGA?
Oh, what's going on, dude?
Not too much. Just enjoying my Tuesday. Do you support Trump?
Oh, absolutely. We all do.
Oh, you guys, very bad. You shouldn't support him. He's a terrible president.
Well, I mean, I guess everybody's entitled to their dumbass opinions, huh?
Well, I mean, you definitely are. Not entitled to your dumbass opinion. That's why I'm debating you.
Hey,
So
we
tell us,
all
why do you
here,
support
brother.
Trump?
Because, hey, fucking America, brother.
Okay, fucking America, brother.
Yeah.
Wait, I just want to support Trump. I just want to clarify. Are you saying that you support Trump because he is fucking America? No, I agree. He's
No,
royally,
it's
he's royally
an acronym.
fucking America.
Oh, calm down there,
terribly.
brother. Calm
But
down.
this should
You
be
almost
reason
took
to
a breath
not
there.
support him.
Calm down. Calm down. There you go. Oh, no, I said fucking, yeah, America. So, hey, you try to listen a little bit every now and then instead of cutting people off, because I know that's how you did the other guy. I mean, he couldn't really talk, so, hey, that's not on him, but hey, not everybody's cut from the same slice, brother.
Well, I'll let you talk. So how's he helping America?
But shit, because he's getting the undocumented immigrants out. Hey, we got alligator Alcatraz. Hey, America, prison there. Yeah, you do a crime, you gotta serve the time, baby.
Unless you're Trump.
Actually, he did serve the time. If I remember correctly, he did pay his time
No, he
in
didn't.
monies. Yep, in monies.
No, his sentence for his
He
34
paid in
felonies
cash. He
was
paid
nothing.
in cash, brother. He paid it all in cash.
If you literally look up Donald Trump's sentence for 34 felonies, you'll see that the sentence was literally nothing.
Yep, paid it in cash, though. He had to put that bond up.
Can you show me
made bond,
where the
that's all
He
that
sentence...
matters.
made bond, baby. He put that cash up in cash.
And then he got the bond back because he showed up to court. That's how bonds work.
Yeah, look at you. You know how the bonds work. Look at you.
Dude, this guy's silly. Okay, listen. You told us that he's helping
I know
America.
you're gonna kick me. So have a good one,
No,
buddy.
I'm not gonna kick
I know
you. I'm not gonna kick
kick the
you.
other guy. You
Uh,
kick the other guy. That's it. If you don't kick me out, shit, let's keep talking there, brother.
I didn't even kick that last guy. So our conversation.
Yeah,
came
you
to an end.
did.
He ended up telling me that he didn't support Trump.
No, you kicked the other guy, not the last guy, the other guy.
Oh, the guy before him?
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Head Jug. I don't know, something like that.
I don't particularly remember what led to the end of the conversation. He got banned for hate speech? What? 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 Yo, that guy got banned for hate speech. Oh, I'm so confused. He was just a silly little guy, you know? He was just a silly little Trump supporter with his southern accent and no argument. I don't think that he did anything hateful. He was just kind of repeating the Fox News talking points, being a silly little guy. Why did he get a hate speech ban? I'm so confused. Dude, TikTok is so weird sometimes. Let me tell you, sometimes they just be hitting my guests with the weirdest bans ever. But let's go to move on to the next guest chat. Everyone just give us a minute. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you're enjoying this stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. And if you do support me, I'll be able to read off your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages. In fact, I'll go ahead and just give you an example real quick. Sophie, I appreciate you. Now, I got hit for harassment and bullying. Why did that happen? Why did I get hit with harassment and bullying? Oh. What's going on? What is TikTok doing? They hit that last guy with harassment and bullying. They just hit me with harassment and bullying. Yo, let me tell you, TikTok is soft as hell. Okay? TikTok is so fucking soft. It's because I told him he had a dumbass. Okay, that's why. I can't say that. I can't say that, chat. Can't do it. And now, unfortunately, because I did do it, we got to restart the live. Because the live got restricted for some audiences. Okay, y'all already know how we do these restarts. If you've been here before, we're really fucking good at these restarts because we got to do them once or twice a day because this happens to us every day. Here's how we do it. I'm going to try, I really want 70% of y'all to come back. So if you're thinking that you may not come back after the restart, you really should. If you want to come back, everybody right now, hit the follow button on the stream. Here are the steps on how to come back after the restart. As soon as the live ends, go ahead and hit my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen, click over to my account, count to 10, refresh my account page, then click on my profile picture again. You'll be directed right back into the live. I want to aim for a 70% retention rate, which means hopefully 7,000 of you guys will come back. So please, 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 if you hear my voice right now, consider coming back. These restarts seriously take 5 seconds. I click 3 buttons. I click end stream, start stream, and then we're back on in 10 seconds. So once again, the way to come back, once the stream ends, click on my profile picture. It'll say live ended and show you my profile picture. That'll direct you to my account page, count to 10 and refresh. And then as soon as you get back in here, spam the chat, spam the likes, spam the shares, and I will see you all very, very soon. We're going to do this quick as fuck. See y'all very soon. For everybody on YouTube, y'all just gotta stay here because y'all don't gotta go through the pain, suffering, and trauma of these TikTok restarts, bro. They are rough, man. Let me tell you, nothing is quite like the TikTok the TikTok restarts. I think they have a vendetta against me. Yo, Finn, you actually were first. That was crazy. Okay, welcome back, everybody. You guys see how quick we did that restart. Okay, we're all about efficiency here. Everybody. We are already back on live. We have already hit the fucking restart. So for everybody that is tuning back in here, welcome in, yo, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Y'all already know we already have 4,000 people back in the live stream. That is awesome. That is so awesome, guys. Thank you so much for coming back. In fact, I already have... Oh, we just got a new donation in over on Venmo from Kenise. That is Kennice with a $15. Thank you, Kenise. Kenise says, thank you for fighting the good fight. Always take care of yourself. I appreciate that, Kenise. That is incredibly kind of you. Everybody watching, let's show some love to Kenise down below. Thank you, Kenise. Let's get at least 200 Kenise W's. Now, we're going to move on to the first guest of the night, guys. If you're on that queue, make sure that's because you support Trump. Let's go to get that first Trump supporter up here. Hello, Karma. Are you MAGA?
I love you, Dean. Oh!
That is a little fetus. Goodbye, little fetus. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're following the rules. We're going to go to put the rules up on screen while we're looking for that first guest. There they are. Welcome in, Brianna. Do you support Trump?
I don't. I was in here
I appreciate... Oh, I remember you, Brianna. You were in here the other day. You came up here and asked for my Venmo. I hope you're doing well, Brianna. Let's go to now move on to the next guest, but y'all follow the rules. Quite frankly. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I'm here with my grandma who does. I'm a big fan of yours, and I want to see if you can maybe change her mind.
Oh, you got it. Put her on.
I literally love you, but she doesn't know if she wants to debate, but I want to see if maybe you can get her to debate you.
Can she hear me right now?
So say hi, Grandma. Yeah.
I'm here.
Hi. So it's a pleasure to meet you. Do you mind if I ask for your name, just so you know I could refer to you by your name?
Debbie.
Debbie. Well, first and foremost, Debbie, it is a pleasure to meet you. Don't even think about it as a debate per se, just more so a conversation. And I think a conversation would be super important for us because, talking about the ways in which your country's maybe succeeding or the ways in which your country's failing, and more so what those in power are doing to the people in this country is just super important to kind of keep them in check. Who knows? Your granddaughter's telling us that maybe she disagrees with you politically. And a good point here is, what if your granddaughter's right? I bet you think she's a real smart, bright kid, as most grandparents do feel about their grandchildren. And because she might be right, it's maybe worth entertaining a conversation with me to kind of explore that possibility. So I would love to explore that possibility with you, Debbie. Is it something you'd be open to?
So you think that having Biden or that, I don't know, Kamala as president would have been better?
Kamala. Yes.
Oh, Kamala.
I do believe that if Kamala Harris was president right now, if she had won the election, then America would be just significantly
The woman
better
did
off.
nothing but cackle in public, never did anything as vice president, lied so much. I mean, she slept her way up practically.
Okay.
And
No, let her make the argument. It's okay. Go ahead.
Biden, okay, we've already proven that he wasn't functioning, okay? The Democrats covered up the fact that he was not there mentally. It's not his fault, but it's the Democratic Party. I wouldn't trust a Democrat as far as I could throw one.
I hope you trust your dad. I hope you trust your granddaughter. She's a Democrat.
I'm a Democrat, Grandma.
I know, but I don't trust her.
Oh, Debbie. Okay. All right.
Because she believes in abortions, okay?
I believe in I'm
Okay.
pro-choice.
Okay, pro-choice about what?
So let me
It
tell
is
you.
not. It is not about a woman's body.
Let me.
It's about the body that's inside of you.
Let
If
me.
you don't want a body inside of you, keep your legs together.
Jeez,
Okay?
Debbie, let me tell you a story. So both of my parents are Trump supporters, right? And I'm obviously a liberal. I post a lot on the internet about why I'm a liberal. I try to convince people to be a liberal too. But my parents trust me. I love them. They love me. I actually have a better relationship with my parents today where they know damn well I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, than I did when I was younger and they thought I was a Republican. So I don't want to see, family tensions, like you're telling me you don't even trust your granddaughter. That's just really sad to see. But anyways, I want to ask you a question here. You told us that Kamala Harris had slept her way to the top.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why do you think that?
No, because of stuff that was reported from back in her days when she was in California and people that she hung out with, and they got her into things that she wasn't really.
Okay. I'll fill in the blanks for you because I know what you're referencing. You're talking about a man by the name of Willie Brown, who she was in a relationship with around 15 years after he served as a mayor of San Francisco. And
Exactly.
you're telling me something about her relationship with Willie Brown was able to get her on a ticket for the presidency of the country. Let me ask you a question.
Not necessarily just that, but I mean just other things. I mean, she was not qualified for what she did, okay? And Biden was trying to prove that he was trying to get the country to look, I picked a woman, and a black woman. She's not even black, but whatever.
Debbie, why would you say she's not black?
She is not African American.
Okay. When you say she's
part,
when you're
no,
saying
she's
that she's
not.
when you're saying that, okay, so what race is she?
I want to say she's oh gosh, trying to think, but no, she is not African American.
I'll tell you what races she are. So she has two parents.
Okay, what is she?
She has two parents.
what?
She has two parents, as do you, as do I, as does Allie. Okay, one of those parents would be your daughter or your son, right? Now, the way, I don't need to explain this to you. You get genetics from both of your parents. So because both, like let's just assume that both of her parents are black, then she'd be 100% black. But in her circumstance, one of her parents is Afro-Jamaican, right? Meaning her dad's black, and then her mother is Southeast Asian, right? Meaning that she's also Southeast Asian. So she's 50% black and 50% South Asian. So she is black.
So what do you think about that, Grandma?
No, I don't.
How do you not believe that?
So we know this.
To me, I don't look at Jamaican as being Afro-American.
Okay. Well,
Because
so
it's a totally different
so
country. Just because their skin color, all Asians are not Japanese. They're not all Chinese.
And
But,
Japanese,
they get
Japanese isn't a race. That'd be a nationality.
right
Okay. But listen, how did black people get to America?
through slavery.
How did black people get to Jamaica?
I don't know.
Through slavery. It was also through the transatlantic slave trade.
Well, whatever. If they're born in Jamaica, they're Jamaican.
Well, Jamaican isn't a race. That's a nationality. So it's like, this is like telling a black person born in America that they're not black, they're American. Okay. No, they're both because their nationality is American and their race is black.
African American.
Right.
That's what they
African American.
Right?
Okay. And just like somebody could be African American in black, you could also be Afro-Jamaican in black. But if you're telling me the only black people are African Americans, then let me ask you a question. Is there any black people in Africa? Because according to you, you'd say no, because there's not assuming that there's no African Americans in Africa, just for, to make this thought easy, that'd mean that there's no black people in Africa.
Okay, well, that's the whole issue. Everybody keeps changing the rules. Are we supposed to refer to people in America as you're either black or white? I was under the impression it was African American. Are the people black in Africa? Yes, but there's also white people. Okay.
Right. There's a lot of different races in Africa. I just simply use that as an example because, in other words, your argument that the only black people on Earth are African Americans means that there's no black people in anywhere but America, and that's not true, right?
I'm just saying that they said she was not African American.
But she is, though.
So she is. So she is African American because she was born in America. A black woman born in America, at least according to my knowledge, is an African American.
But what parent of hers was African American?
So her father was Afro-Jamaican.
Which is black.
And then he immigrated to America and had her in California with her mother.
So Jamaican people go around calling themselves Afro-Jamaican?
That's literally what black people that are from Jamaica are called, Afro-Jamaican. Just like black people from America are called like Afro-American or African-American.
Well, see, I don't really look at that as an Afro-American. If you're from Jamaica, you're a Jamaican.
Okay, well,
Okay?
even like this conversation, it shouldn't be relevant to your claim that she's not black, okay? Because regardless if she's African American or Afro Jamaican, she's black
the
in
whole
both
point
cases.
is she's part black, Grandma.
Yeah,
All right, whatever.
she's biracial, meaning that she's both black and South Asian. So when you say she's not black, you're wrong.
Can you admit that you're wrong with that?
No, I can't. Okay, because
Why?
you know what?
holding-
It's
what's
just a
holding
bunch
you
of
back?
stupid words that you
Yes.
guys keep twisting,
Okay.
bringing everything into.
Okay,
You
Dana.
know, all of a sudden now Jamaicans are calling themselves Afro-Jamaican, and I mean that's just stupid.
Okay,
Okay,
but the whole big point is that
Just-
she is part black.
Just because you
Whatever.
didn't know that black people from Jamaica are called Afro-Jamaican until now doesn't mean that it hasn't been true until now. This has been true for a long time. You just didn't know it.
well, I've met Jamaican people, and they don't go around calling themselves Afro-Jamaican. Okay, most of the black people here.
Why do you
will
say black like that?
Grandma, you have
Because-
to be respectful.
What?
I am
Why
being
did you
respectful
say
because
black
I
like
respect
that?
them as Afro-American.
Whoa.
Okay.
Why? Wait, no. Why did you say
So
black like that?
Why do the Jamaicans all of a sudden now you're claiming they're calling themselves Afro-Jamaican? No,
Debbie, why the hell did you say black? Like, I mean, like you dug. You
because
said
they shouldn't be
black.
called black. They
You-
shouldn't be called black. Okay, you keep using the word black, and you know I'm trying to respect people that nobody's black.
Okay.
You're either African American or you're Jamaican, whatever, but you're not black.
I have a
They
question.
took that word out a long time ago.
Am I white?
No, you're Caucasian, honey.
So do white people exist?
If you want to do it color wise, yes,
Okay.
but we're not supposed to. Okay.
So wait, who says that I'm
when
not supposed
you
to call myself
fill out
white?
a form, does it say white or black?
Some
No,
forms.
it's Caucasian or African American, Hispanic.
You're saying that if somebody were to say that you're black, then that's racist? Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay, so now they changed the rules again. Just a while back, it was horrible to say the word black. I'm not black. I'm African American.
Okay, but
Now
that
all of a sudden, now everybody wants
real
to
quick,
call black
real
again.
quick, Debbie.
That was a long time ago.
I have a question.
Not that long ago.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you know what white supremacy is?
Yes,
What's white supremacy?
those are people that think they're white and above everything.
Oh, okay. So they are white,
Well, they think they are.
but are they right?
They don't see any African American or black or Afro Jamaicans in their group
Because
they're all
black individuals-
Caucasians and they think that they're just above everybody.
Okay, wait. I have a question. So if you're basically just saying that Kamala Harris isn't black because we don't refer to black people as black, we refer to black people as like African American, Afro Jamaican, African, etc. If Donald Trump was to say he's white, would you say Donald Trump is not white, he's Caucasian?
Yeah.
So we've never had a white president before?
We've had a lot of them that you want to consider color wise, yes.
Oh, okay. So if we've had a white president before, then it is fair to say that Trump, Biden, Bush, Clinton are white. So then why is it not fair to say that if Kamala Harris was elected, then we would have had a black president?
Because I don't really consider her black.
But she's 50%
Okay.
black.
So you're telling us that you
Okay,
don't
well,
consider
that's
her
what you're
black.
saying.
But now your
I was told
reasons
she was
now your reasons
Jamaican.
why you don't consider her black have nothing to do with anything to do with like a framing of words like Afro Jamaican, African American compared to black. So why don't you consider her black?
Because she's Afro-Jamaican.
We've already went over this point. This would mean that you would also therefore say that we've never had a white president before because they've all just been Caucasian.
Oh, God, this can go round and round and round. So this is why this is stupid.
Okay, wait, listen.
Okay?
Can you give a different point besides that? Like an actual policy or something? Because I'm really curious. I
No,
want to see
it's-
if you can.
Allie, I'm
you
doing
know.
this. I'm doing this for you at this point. If it was up to
Thank
me,
you so much, Dean. I
I'm
love
doing
I'm
this.
bored. I've got other things to do than to talk to
So
you.
Debbie, let's
Okay?
talk about
Come on, let's go.
talk
I
about
wanna
one
get
other
out of
point.
here.
Can we talk about one other
No,
point?
I
before
gotta
you
go
head
to 2 banks, and I've got things to do besides talking about this stupid stuff. Okay?
Dean, I really appreciate you trying to. It's really hard when somebody is so far to the right. I'm very far left, but I love my grandma very, very much. I love her with all my heart. We just have a very difference of opinions when it comes to political wise.
Yeah, no joke, Allie. I'm gonna keep you in my prayers. I hope you have a good rest of
I
your
don't
day.
go by black and white. And
That's not the only thing that we were talking about. But thank you so much, Dean. I love you. I watch you all the time. So thank you.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day, Allie. Wow. Holy crap. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. Jeez. Poor Allie, dude. Poor Allie. I gotta say, like the conversation that we were just having, right, about like black individuals, that doesn't impact Allie because she was white. But I just know that grandma, like, she even went into about the whole don't spread your legs type of thing with abortion and saying that she doesn't even trust her own granddaughter. Poor Allie, man. I mean, listen, my parents are both Trump supporters, but they love me, they respect me, they trust me, they think I'm intelligent, they'll hear me out for what I have to say, and they won't call me crazy, and they're not just saying things that are batshit off the wall insane. Like, that is just like a whole different realm from even like my own family situation. And I'm like, my family situation is pretty deep in the red. So, I mean, that is just crazy. Welcome in, Angry Long Island Vet. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, before we hop into the debate, there's a couple people I got to thank here. Max, oh my goodness, Max, thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Max. If we could please have everybody watching the stream right now, show some love to Max down below in the comment section. That would mean so much to me. Thank you, Max. Max said, "Why is she acting like she knows all of Kamala Harris's genetic history? That is the most definitely a white woman behind the screen trying to dictate what is black and isn't coming from a black person." No, it's just hate. It's just trying to use a black woman's blackness against her. It's just it's a version, a variant of racism. When you really put a little bit of thought into it, it becomes clear that that is just a variation of racism, a variation of a way to use a black woman's blackness against her without sounding like a member of the KKK. You know what I mean? It is. But I appreciate you for the love, Max. That is incredibly kind of you. Everybody, please show some love to Max down below. Let's get at least 1,000 Max W's down below in that chat. And then also Carly, 14 minutes ago with the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate that, Carly. Everybody, please show some love to Carly down below in that comment section. Carly says, "Thanks for standing up for us and what is right. We appreciate you so much. Love watching all of your debates." Carly, I'm so thankful to have you in here with us for the day. I hope that you're enjoying the streams, and I hope you have a good rest of your day now. Everybody, please show some love to Carly. Thank you once again for the $20. And then Heidi with the $20 as well, saying, "Dean, keep fighting that good fight. I'm going to never stop. I love what I do, Heidi, and I appreciate you so much for being in here." Let's get 200 Heidis as well. 200 Heidis down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Heidi. And Long Island Vet, there's a handful of other donations I could read off here, but I want to allow you to start your argument. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, he's good for the economy. For instance, the gas prices are down. The soccer market is going pretty well, wouldn't you say?
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, if you just want to say, well, there's been some trends in the economy that we've been able to see over the course of the last 6 months, and we're just going to blame them on him, in the same way that you blame it on him for like gas prices going down by $1 or so, do you blame?
Well, so you already put the words in my mouth. That's cool.
I mean, that was your argument, yes.
That was pretty fast of you.
That was your argument, yes.
What?
That whatever happens in the economy is his fault. Like gas prices going down, you attribute that to him because it happened in the country while he's president.
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay, so I'm not putting any words in your mouth. So why did you say I'm putting words in your mouth?
So I didn't say that. Did I say that specifically?
Yes.
Verbatim?
Pretty much, yeah. Let's go to roll it back.
Can you rewind and play it?
Move on to the next guest.
I'm pretty sure that I didn't say that.
And Long Island Vet, there's a handful of other donations I could read off here, but I want to allow you to start your argument. Why do you support Trump?
he's good for the economy. For instance, the gas prices are down. The soccer market is going pretty well, wouldn't you say?
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, if you just want to say, well, there's been some trends in the economy that we've been able to see over the course of the last 6 months, and we're just going to blame them on him, in the same way that you blame it on him for like gas prices going down by $1 or so, do you blame?
Well, so you already put the words in my mouth. That's cool.
I mean, that was not your.
So
That was your argument.
where did I say blame?
I said putting.
I
words
didn't
in
hear
your
blame in there. Blame, but I didn't hear the word blame. So it seems like you are putting words in my mouth.
So
You got to be more detailed.
The word blame just represents the fact that you think he caused it. That's what the word blame
Oh,
is.
got it. Sure.
You know, like if I have a 3-year-old toddler and I wake up in the morning and there's like crayons scribbled on the wall and I blame it on my toddler, all that I'm saying is I'm attributing the crayon on the wall to my toddler. So you attributed the price of gas over the course of the last 7 months to Trump, meaning you blamed it on Trump. That's how we use the word.
Okay, but that's not what I said. I didn't say blame though.
But
so you got to be more.
it means the same thing. That is incredibly
Oh,
specific.
okay, got it. So basically, you're changing the word, but you're saying I said that word. Got it.
No, I'm using a different word to
That's what I literally
represent the
just said,
same
but-
proposition.
So I literally just did what you did.
It's a
I
synonym.
said you're changing the word as you said I was blaming.
Can you agree?
Yeah.
Can you agree that I used a synonym?
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go
No,
on
no,
with
no.
this.
Can you agree that I used a synonym?
Sure.
Okay, so if you could agree that I used a synonym, that I didn't put words in your mouth, because a phrase you put words in my mouth would represent a misrepresentation of your view, not a correct representation of your view. I'm not going to repeat every single word that you said back to you. I'm going to reframe your view in a way in which I understand it, or in a way in which I would say it. And this doesn't represent me putting words in your mouth, because the phrase, me putting words in your mouth, typically purports a misrepresentation of your view, loading it, misrepresenting it, and then depicting as if that was what you shared. But because I did not incorrectly represent your view, and I rather correctly purported it with my own wording, that would not be me putting words in your mouth.
Sure.
Yeah, king of semantics. How does it feel to get out semantic? Out semanticked. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm coining that. Out semanticked.
All right. Calm down. Take a vape. Is that a pretend vape?
It's an anxiety pin.
It's a vape. See, I'm putting words in your mouth. How do you like that?
Exactly. You're misrepresenting what it actually
No,
is.
I'm not. No, I'm doing. You're taking a vape.
No, it's
It's
not.
fine.
It's an anxiety pin.
It's a vape. It's fine.
No,
It's okay.
It's an anxiety pin.
That's what I said.
No, you said vape.
No, that's what I said. Vape. That's right.
But that's different
taking a
from
vape.
what an anxiety pin is.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'm actually, so I typically troll and like I act like I'm actually getting successfully rage baited because it's funny, but I'm not going to give you the
Okay.
satisfaction because I know that you don't have the media literacy in order to tell that I'm joking. So like, if you were less insufferable, then I'd play into it. But
Certainly.
because you're so
Whatever
insufferable,
floats
I
your
don't
boat.
want to give you that
Whatever
satisfaction.
floats
But
your
now
boat.
we're going to go back to your original argument. You told us that you basically think that he's caused the macroeconomic trends that we've seen in the country because we've seen slightly lower gas prices on average. This means that he must cause the slightly lower gas prices on average. I just want to be able to discern here that you're willing to stay consistent in your logic. Another macroeconomic trend that we've seen over the course of the last 7 months is one, long-term unemployment has gone to its highest point, excluding the pandemic, since 2017. And two, the
we're
price of
going with this
nearly
one.
every single grocery has increased in the last 7 months. So in the same way that you think he's caused lower gas prices, do you also think that he's caused long-term unemployment to hit a high excluding the pandemic and for inflation to rise for the price of nearly every single grocery product?
You know, I absolutely agree with you. I think there's a big, massive unemployment issue, especially with all the illegal immigrants getting kicked out. Just remind me, when you do these charts, do we talk about illegal and legal employment, or what, or is it combined?
Are you telling me if undocumented immigrants are included within labor statistics? Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So, what portion of the illegal immigrants are losing their jobs compared to U.S. citizens?
When you say what portion of the unemployment we've seen in the last 7 months?
Just say I don't know. It's fine.
Has been undocumented immigrants losing their
Just
jobs?
say I don't know. It's
Well,
fine.
I just want to be clear on the question that you're asking. Is that the question that you're asking?
So I'll ask it again, so you just your massive brain can understand this.
Okay.
So when you do these unemployment charts, right? Do they count legal and illegal in the same chart?
Yeah. So undocumented immigrants that are
So
in our
so
economy that can work are included in
so
unemployment
it would
statistics.
wouldn't be too far off to say that a lot of the unemployment could be on maybe the illegal side.
Why would we say that when they're more likely to participate in the labor force?
Oh, Jesus Christ! I thought you were smart.
Well, I mean, I think
So
that you're
again,
just.
again,
I think I'm smarter than you know
they're both.
because
We both say they're in the same fucking chart. So again, going by the same fucking chart, how many jobs are being lost with legal citizens and illegal?
like what is the level of the unemployment that we could attribute to undocumented immigrants in the last couple months? So I'm unsure because I've only looked at macro charts. However, we could use like lines of inductive reasoning here to
Of
conclude.
course, you're unsure.
Right, of course I'm unsure because I'm not sure that the Bureau of Labor Statistics like specifically reports undocumented immigrants for undocumented.
I wonder
immigrants.
why that is.
I don't know. Probably because it's not like a relevant statistic for like fiscal policy. If that makes any sense, just like
You
macro
don't
level.
think it's relevant towards U.S. citizens?
I don't think it's relevant towards fiscal policy. Like unemployment
Oh.
stats that are going to be relevant towards fiscal policy are going to be like
you
overall
know.
unemployment, long-term unemployment overall, long-term employment overall, maybe unemployment broken down into like race categories, etc. So so we could design fiscal policy to like help like disproportionately like individuals that are prosecuted or oppressed and can't get a job because of various like reasons related to systemic racism, etc. But like specifically like unemployment statistics surrounding undocumented immigrants, I don't know if like they're like super relevant to like our government and designing fiscal policy. Maybe like another motivation that can be is because our government doesn't want you to know how many undocumented immigrants are employed. You know, like they're more likely to be employed and to work a job than citizens because more of them are of working age. Like, I mean, maybe that's why I don't see how this is relevant to, like the original argument that I purported. I'm pretty sure you're just trying to draw astray here to put off giving me a response.
Well, I'd love to give you a response without being cut off.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so Gavin Newsom, just to give you an example, he recently went on the Sean Ryan show and admitted to Sean Ryan that 51% of the construction employment in California is solely through illegal immigration.
Okay.
In other words, so basically 51% are taking the jobs of everyday citizens. There's also a correlation with that in the increase of homelessness over in California. So, a lot of those homeless people could have used those jobs. You can tell me, I know you're going to say, oh, you think any American's going to take those jobs? That's bullshit. That's a bullshit fallacy. So that's just one example of why those statistics would be important.
So if you're asking for like specific employment statistics of where undocumented immigrants are working, which is different than overall unemployment statistics, we do track those for undocumented immigrants. Like for instance, the Center on American Progress tells us that nationwide, 1 out of
But
every
that's not the
7
one you're comparing. That's not the one you're comparing.
So you asked me to
were
not
talking
interrupt
about
you,
what
so
was
I
the
will
one
ask
you
you
were
not to
comparing?
interrupt me either.
All right, fair enough.
So once again, like trying to like come to conclusions about in which industries undocumented immigrants are working. We do track those statistics. Like for instance, the Center on American Progress tells us that 1 out of every 7 construction workers nationwide are undocumented immigrants. But now everybody in my chat is telling me that you're a veteran and that you've been up here before. And I think that you have been up here before. But before I move on, I want to ask you a very specific question as a veteran, and a very hard-headed, disingenuous veteran at that. I just want you to be able to contradict your own oath to defend your king, right? So you took an oath to uphold and to protect the Constitution, meaning that you would never support anything or anybody that launched an attack on the Constitution. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson in constitutional law and how Donald Trump has launched an attack on it. So on January 20th of this year, the day he was inaugurated, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law. And Executive Order number 14160 specifically contradicted the 14th Amendment. So the first clause of the 14th Amendment, if you didn't know, which is fine, I'll give you an education, guarantees birthright citizenship to anybody born on American soil, given that they're subject to the jurisdiction of American law, excluding foreign diplomats, militant insurgents, individuals of that kind. Now, however, it has been long adjudicated that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. law. We could reference Supreme Court cases like Plyer v. Doe in the 1990s that actually specifically adjudicated this, right? However, in his executive order, he said that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil do not have a right to birthright citizenship, meaning that this EO explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment, meaning that he tried to consolidate power to him in the federal branch of the government, and he attempted to take that power away from the Constitution in order to circumnavigate it and play king. You as a veteran that was willing to put your life on the line to defend and protect the Constitution should look at this as a grave threat and as a massive token of disrespect to what you did when you were serving and to what every other veteran has done when they served, or what every active military service member did when they lost their life, such as my great-grandfather, who was reported missing in action in the Vietnam War. So how does that make you feel, sir? Because your two options now are to ground yourself, come to reality, stop being a dick, and say, Dean, you're right, or to contradict every value that I bet you thought you've stood for since you probably joined the service at around 18.
I'm just waiting for you to finish. Can you hear me? I was just waiting for you to finish. Are you done? Subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Does not cover children of illegal immigrants or temporary visitors.
Okay,
And by the way,
does.
no, don't interrupt me. So
Give me
let
a
ask-
legal argument for that, sir.
Don't interrupt me.
I just want an
So-
argument.
Don't interrupt me.
You're not going to give me an argument. Cute.
So am I to understand that future life, right? They have rights, right?
Future life?
Yeah. So the kids that aren't born, that are say pregnant, say a mom's pregnant and the kid's still in the womb. Does that kid have rights?
Federally, no.
Careful, you might want to pick that up, buddy. Oh, so federally doesn't have rights,
Yes.
but it has some rights, right?
No.
No, it doesn't have any rights.
Yeah. Federally, no.
Okay. So then that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
No, because we're talking about children that are born. Remember? Birth, right? Citizenship?
Yeah, and I already brought up that point. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof, does not cover children of illegal immigrants or temporary visitors.
Okay, according to whom?
He's challenging modern interpretation, which you guys love to do, is interpret things.
This modern interpretation is based upon or predicated based on what case law?
Certainly. One sec.
Because I could give you the case law that proves you wrong.
All right, give me the case law.
Yeah, for sure.
Educate me, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. So Plyer v. Doe was a court case that made its way all the way to SCOTUS in the 1980s. And now Plyer v. Doe started with a group of undocumented immigrants suing their state government because their children, who were also undocumented immigrants, were not given free access to pre-K through 12th grade education in the American schooling district, in American school districts. Now, the undocumented immigrants argued that even though they're undocumented immigrants, they're still entitled to equal protections under the eyes of the law because of the second clause of the 14th Amendment, which would be the Equal Protections Clause. And they argued that they're entitled to these constitutional protections, and this court case made made its all the way to SCOTUS, where SCOTUS agreed that they were entitled to equal protections under the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment. Now, why am I bringing this ruling from SCOTUS up to determine if they are subject or are not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S.? Well, in the same way, the Birthright Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment only gives that protection of birthright citizenship to those that are subject to the jurisdiction of our law, so does the Equal Protections Clause. It says that you are only guaranteed this protection if you are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. So, when SCOTUS made their ruling on Plyer v. Doe, they concluded that yes, undocumented immigrants do have equal protections under U.S. law, meaning yes, undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of U.S. law. There's case law number one. Now I'm going to give you a history lesson for case law number two. We're going to go all the way back to 1898 to a SCOTUS ruling that was titled The United States versus Kim Wong. Okay? And in this court case, they were trying to determine of these two immigrants that had a child on American soil, if that child was subject to birthright citizenship. And they ruled that he does have birthright citizenship. But the more important part of the U.S. versus Kim Wong SCOTUS ruling in the 19th century was that the justices strictly defined what subject to the jurisdiction of U.S. law even means. They gave it very clear and explicit parameters. They said that this phrase means subject to U.S. law, okay? And they gave three categories of people that were not subject to the jurisdiction of U.S. law. They said foreign diplomats. Well, if you're a diplomat in America, you can't be prosecuted for most U.S. laws, therefore you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. If you're an invading militant force from an army of another country, you're trying to start a war, we're not going to be able to persecute you with our laws because we're fighting you at war, therefore you are not subject to the jurisdiction of law, and if you have a kid on American soil, they're not a citizen. And then their third category was indigenous Americans. Now, the first two categories have never been contested by federal law or a new SCOTUS ruling, meaning that they still stand as the current interpretation of what subject to the jurisdiction thereof even means. Now, that third category of indigenous Americans was contested and updated by a federal law in the beginning of the 20th century. So because of what the SCOTUS interpretation of what subject to the jurisdiction thereof was set as a precedent in the U.S. versus Kim Wong case in 1898, and the updated ruling reaffirming that undocumented immigrants specifically are subject to the jurisdiction thereof in Plyer v. Doe in the 1980s, all that this means today is that your claim that undocumented immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, thereby don't qualify for birthright citizenship, is one, ahistorical, two, has no case law to demonstrate that it is the case, and three, is just a very sour and unintelligent take at attempting to justify the tyranny of a wannabe king. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's cute. Plyer versus Doe, equal protection is about schooling, not citizenship. Wong Kim covered legal residents, not illegals. And the indigenous shows jurisdiction matters for birthright citizenship.
So you just said that Plyer v. Doe covered schooling, not citizenship? Well, in order for them to have protected access to schooling, it means that the court must have adjudicated that they had protected access under the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th, which also uses the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So when they ruled that undocumented immigrants do have access and protection under this clause, by proxy, this necessarily entails that they're subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Because if they weren't subject to the jurisdiction thereof, then they wouldn't have had equal protections. And if they didn't have equal protections, then the court wouldn't have ruled that their children that were also undocumented immigrants had a claim to go to school for free. That's cute.
So it seems we got common ground. You're interpreting something, and I'm interpreting something.
No, SCOTUS is interpreting it. Not me, not you, SCOTUS.
Why me? What did SCOTUS do for each of those cases?
Yeah,
again.
I just told you. I mean, I'll tell you a third
And
time.
I just told you
Let
too.
me-
How it's not relevant.
No, you
Don't drop your vape.
You said
Don't
that
drop your vape,
you
buddy.
said that it wasn't relevant because that was an adjudication on schooling, not citizenship, right? That was your argument, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I agree.
Don't drop your vape.
It was a ruling on schooling,
You look a little
not
flustered.
citizenship. I'm actually not flustered at all, sir. You seem flustered. You're the
seem
one
awful.
interrupting.
Okay.
Yeah. So I agree. That was a ruling on schooling, not citizenship. But the reason why it still matters is, once again, I'll repeat this for my last time. And everybody on YouTube, just take a note of the timestamp. So if this guy just asks for a fourth time, I could just like literally replay the live stream. So this is the last time I'll repeat it, but if you need me to replay it, I will. So once again, the reason why the Plyer v. Doe ruling matters is because it included the court coming to the conclusion that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's all. They had to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof of U.S. law in order to have protections under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th. And if they're subject to the jurisdiction thereof, this also means their children born on American soil have birthright citizenship. Let's start there. I also have some pushback against you for your claims about the Wong Kim Ark case in 1898, where you grossly misinterpreted me there too. But we'll start with the Plyer v. Doe case. Take it away, sir.
I'm sorry. Can you play it for me?
Oh my goodness gracious. You are all over the place, sir. I'm gonna need you to pay attention. I feel like a school teacher. You know, you came up here with an attitude, and we're leaving as if I'm a teacher in school. Let's go ahead and replay that stream. So this is the last time I'll repeat it, but if you need me to replay it, I will. So once again, the reason why the Plyer v. Doe ruling matters is because it included the court coming to the conclusion that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's all. They had to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof of U.S. law in order to have protections under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th. And if they're subject to the jurisdiction thereof, this also means their children born on American soil have birthright citizenship. There you go.
Subject to U.S. law does not automatically grant citizenship.
It does if you're born in the country.
Jesus Christ. I thought you were smart. Never mind.
I am smart.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I just gave you case law from SCOTUS to prove you wrong. I think I'm a pretty intelligent guy. You're the one that made me replay that 4 times. So what was my issue with the argument there?
Your point is that it has equal protection under the subject thereof. That doesn't grant citizenship. It's two separate things.
Okay, what are the two separate things?
Holy shit, Knuckles. Why don't you tell me, buddy?
Yeah, being a person.
Before you drop your vape again.
Yeah,
Before you drop your vape again.
The two necessary conditions of the Birthright Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment is being a person and being subject to the jurisdiction of thereof. Do you need me to prove this to you by reading you off the amendment? How about we do that? Oh my goodness gracious. I will prove to you that those are the only two necessary conditions in order to claim birthright citizenship by literally reading you off the amendment. Is that fair? Let me know. Just let me know if that's fair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here's Section 1 of Amendment 14, ratified by Congress in 1865. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. Meaning that the two conditions, right, that must be met in order for you to have birthright citizenship are going to be a person that is born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Okay, I gave you the case law set precedent in Plyer v. Doe to demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So then the only other necessary criteria of said amendment that they would have to meet is just being a person that is born here. Okay, So we could agree that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are born on American soil. We could agree via the case law set forth by Plyer v. Doe in the 90s that they are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Can we agree that they're a person?
Subject to U.S. law doesn't automatically satisfy the 14th Amendment citizenship.
It's being subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Moral and permanent allegiance, not temporary or unlawful.
I just read off to you the amendment. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I literally just read off to you the amendment. Like, there's nowhere else to go from here. You are literally changing the amendment. Like, that's what you're doing. You're changing the amendment. I just read it off to you.
Remind me, can amendments be changed?
Yeah, through ratification in Congress, not by an executive order signed in by the president. That's why I said he was circumnavigating the powers vested in Congress to ratify and change the Constitution and attempting to consolidate power to the executive branch of the government.
To actually do mass deportation, which is actually thanks to the Democrats for that one.
I don't even know what you just said, but it wasn't responding to what I said about why undocumented immigrants do and their children born on American soil. Do you have a claim?
Realistically, if you think about it, this is actually the Democrats' own law that he's using under Bill Clinton in 1996 or 1993. I could be wrong.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna entertain your pivot.
So it's really your own laws that he's actually using to enforce the mass deportation. And by the way, who was the best president in the last 5 presidents?
I don't know why you're pivoting. We're still talking about if the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil have
birthright
citizenship.
Simply answer that one question for me.
Yeah, no, I'm literally not going to because it's a deflection.
Okay, then I'm literally not going to continue this because I already give you multiple reasons why
you got cooked.
Why?
Okay, feel free to leave.
He's
You got cooked.
allowed to do this. And one,
No, you lost, man. I get it. You got cooked.
the old Democrat law he's using, buddy.
Wait, what
If it
Democrat
wasn't
law
for
was?
Bill Clinton,
Wait, I have a
he
question.
wouldn't be able to do this.
Oh, you're talking about mass deportation. See, I'm talking about birthright citizenship, and if the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have birthright citizenship. You've been contesting it this whole time, and I literally proved you wrong. I proved you wrong so fucking hard. You got absolutely obliterated. Either admit that you're wrong, admit that you're wrong, admit that Donald Trump has launched an attack on the U.S. Constitution, or leave like that. Dude got absolutely broiled. Oh my God. That has to be like one of the most definitive cooks ever. And I'm so happy it happened to him because he was annoying. And he got charred, he got broiled, he got cooked, and then he dipped. What a satisfying feeling. I love when I have that. The feeling that I have right now is so satisfying, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go and get that next guest loaded into the box. If you're in that queue, make sure that you're at least 18 from America and support Trump. Now, we have a couple donations to read off here. First and foremost, Carissa, thank you for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Carissa, dude, you're a queen. Thank you, Carissa. Let's get 500 Carissa W's down below for the $50 donation. Carissa says, you are far more patient than I am. I wish I had your patience, Dean. Well, let me tell you, it's been something that I've just had to work on over time. It definitely didn't come natural. It was learned. But thank you for the $50, Carissa. You were literally such a queen. That is so much money, and I really appreciate you for the love. If everybody in here could please show some love to Carissa down below in the chat, it would mean the absolute world to me. And welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
Define support.
Yeah, you think that the country's better off because he's president.
I think we're better off with Trump than we would have been with Kamala Harris, yes.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely an argument that I'll entertain. Quickly before we do, I just have 3 people to thank here real quick. First person, Maya. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo chat. Let's show some love to Maya. Maya, thank you. That is incredibly kind of you, Maya. Maya says, hi, Dean. I just wanted to say that what you do is impressive. I'm super impressed with you and how you handle these conversations because the sheer amount of cognitive dissonance is staggering in some of the guests. No, yeah, I definitely have to work with that. That's a skill on its own that is completely separate and decoupled from learning more, educating myself, or learning how to debate. Is just learning how to deal with the cognitive dissonance. I appreciate you for the $20 and the kind compliment, Maya. Show some love to Maya down below. As well as Natalie with the $20 says, watching your lives is the best part of my day. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Natalie. Chat, show some love to Natalie. And then one last big one here, Nina with the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, Nina. You guys are going off today. What is going on? Y'all are insane. Nina with a $50 donation says, your clapbacks are a chef kiss, Dean. They're They're phenomenal. Dude, I give the same energy I receive. So if somebody's giving me attitude, I'm going to dish out more. Okay, I'm going to keep that one clear. But Nina, thank you a billion times over. Let's spam W Nina's and W Natalie's and W Maya's down below in that chat while we're hopping into this next debate. And Mr. Tyler, take it away. Why do you think the country's better off with Trump?
I mean, I can't necessarily say why they're better off with Trump because one, I don't pick a party. I don't choose Republican, Democrat.
All right, Tyler, I appreciate you so much for coming up, man, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We are only looking for people that can explain why. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in. I hope that you have a good one, Tyler. Hope that you have a good one, Tyler. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now, everybody. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now, quite frankly. Here we go, everybody. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Morning, Dean. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing phenomenal. Are you MAGA?
No, listen.
I'm sorry, man. I got to kick you because we're only looking to debate Trump supporters. Oh, sorry. That's the LeBron tweet endorsing Harris. Wrong overlay. Go ahead and take a good look at the screen if you are hopping in that queue. Make sure that you're following the rules because if you're not, then I will unfortunately have to kick you, and I'd hate to do that. Like that last guest, I didn't have fun kicking him. I hate when I have to kick people, but let's go to move on to the next guest. Guys, go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to skip the line and hop right on up here. Madeline, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. And then Lily with the $10 on PayPal. Madeline and Lily show some love chat. Lily says, sending love from Canada. Sending love to Canada. Hope you're doing all right, Lily. As well as Scott. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you, Scott. Dude, show some love to Scott down below. I'm really appreciative. Thank you so much, man. Scott says, thanks, Dean, for your knowledge of truth and speaking out. From Scott. Scott, much love to you, man. Thank you so much for the $25. You are phenomenal. It looks like our guest that we brought up, Tim, is actively leaving, so we're going to have to go to kick Tim and try to get another guest, Mr. Sam, up in here. If you're MAGA, hop in that queue, spam it in the chat. Let me know what's going on. Sam, do you support Trump? All right, that was a non-response, so we're going to have to go ahead and kick Sam and move on. And, of course, Sam spoke up as soon as I removed him. Why does that always happen? I hate it when that happens. Sorry, bro. Go ahead and hop back in that queue. My apologies for my impatience. Anthony with a $5 saying that my shirt rocks. Thank you, Anthony. Then Allison and Madeline both with a 5. I appreciate y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, Scott, no. You really... Oh, wait. Sorry, your name's not Scott. What the hell is your name?
Steven,
you shouldn't support Trump. He's a very bad president.
Of course I should.
All right, why should you?
Look at the economy.
Okay, I'm looking at the economy.
He also got rid of affirmative action. That was a big deal for me.
Actually, no, that happened when Biden and Harris were president.
No, that happened when Trump was president.
No, it didn't.
You should look that up.
I am right now. Yeah, affirmative action was overturned by SCOTUS on June 29th, 2023. Who was president on June 29th, 2023?
Who started it?
Who started it?
Yes.
Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard and SFA in 2022.
Yep. Well, Trump was the first one to bring it up.
Okay, well, it sounds like a massive shift of the goalpost.
Definitely not.
I mean, your first claim was that it happened while he was president, and then you figured out
it did.
Okay, who was president on June 29th, 2023?
Joe Biden.
Okay, so it didn't happen when Trump was president. Get pushed.
It definitely happened under Trump.
Okay, so
but anyway,
wait, no, we're not going to say but anyway. Whoa, Steven, we can't just move on. We can't just say but anyway.
Okay.
You affirm that SCOTUS made this ruling in June of 2023. You affirm that Biden was president in June of 2023. Yet you affirm that it happened under Trump. What kind of incoherent, absolute gibberish BS is this, Steven?
Look up who made the push for doing away with affirmative action.
Wait, but a push is different than when it was actually done. And keep in mind, you made the very clear claim that it was actually done when Trump was president. You cannot equivocate between Donald Trump calling for something in his first term and it actually getting done at a later point when he was no longer president. That is a massive, massive, massive equivocation.
Not when the litigation begins under Trump.
Once again, the litigation didn't... Once again, the litigation didn't even begin under Trump. The court case that was litigated by SCOTUS in June of 2023 was Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard and SFA versus UNC. Both of these litigations started after the pandemic under the Biden-Harris administration. I don't know what to tell you here. Listen, I'm not even really giving you my thoughts on the litigation here. It's just not relevant because your claim that this happened under Trump is just simply not true.
Trump made the push and Biden never would have. Anyway, it affected me big time.
Well, listen, I actually think that affirmative action needed to go too and needed to be replaced with a better system. Because who did affirmative action benefit the most? White women. Now, I'm not saying that women are not oppressed in America. I definitely agree that they are. I just think that if we are going to have a system that is supposed to be designed to advocate for more diversity in schools, that we should probably highlight marginalized communities along the lines of Black Americans, Latino Americans, etc., and not give most of the push for admissions to white women. You know what I mean?
Well, it benefited white women mostly because of municipal and state contracts, because what was happening was every minority had a 10% advantage over the top of any white contractor. So the white contractors were putting the companies in their wife's name in order to be considered minority.
Well, I'm not so sure if that's true, but anyways, let's go back to it. Why do you support Trump as president, Mr. Scott?
Well, my name's Steven again.
Sorry, Steven.
And I support Trump for multiple reasons.
Let's hear it.
For the economy, for immigration, for multiple things.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and talk about the economy real quick. Because I get it if you want to make the argument that whatever has happened in the economy in the last 7 months was caused by Trump. I hear it all the time. It's a very common misconception that that the president controls everything. But even when we just look at the general macroeconomic trends over the last 7 months, it's not like we see like gold and prosperity. I mean, 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profit margins in Q2 of this year compared to Q1. Long-term unemployment is up to 1.8 million, and it's the highest excluding the pandemic since 2017. Job growth has very sharply slowed, and instead of Donald Trump responding to that by saying, what can we do to increase it, he called it a fraud, then fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Inflation is up. The price of every grocery good outside of lemons and iceberg lettuce, funny enough, costs more today than they did a year ago, and it's only accelerated since April. The U.S. economy has slowed its growth rate and is only projected to grow at 1.3% this year, compared to above 3% average over the last 10, excluding the pandemic. And most of that is because of in Q1 of this year, our GDP actually went down because of Donald Trump's economic policies surrounding tariffs. And on top of this all, the most important point to bring up is how he just seems to want to allow these trends to continue by hurting low and middle income Americans even more by taking 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps, 18 million school students off of free school student lunches, imposing tariffs that will make the productivity of our economy go down and make poor people pay more for the goods they need to live, pulling off a mass deportation that's going to destabilize our industries, forcefully lay off 8.3 million of our workers, 12 million of our consumers, and according to the Center for American Progress, cut our GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. I think Trump has launched an attack on the American economy. Scott, what are your thoughts?
Well, for the fourth time, my name's Steven.
Hey, Steven, I'm not doing that on purpose.
I'm sure you're not. But, however, you are wrong about many, many things there. You don't have, well, you don't have your statistics wrong, but you have your facts wrong. The labor market is getting better. Labor wages are going up. And the reason they're going up is because supply and demand. You take labor out of the workforce, the demand increases, and they have to be paid more. We see it every day in my industry.
Okay, so you're telling me if you forcefully lay off a bunch of employees, then wages on average are gonna go up. Yeah, that's what happened following the pandemic, business shutdowns, quarantine, and people staying out of work and staying home. Okay, does that mean that what is causing people to be laid off in the first place is good? Absolutely not, or else you'd be justifying the pandemic. Does that mean that a
They're
world
not
where
being
these
laid
people
off, they're being
didn't lose
deported.
their jobs is preferable? It absolutely means a world where the people didn't lose their jobs is preferable because of other economic outcomes, or else, once again, you would have supported the pandemic.
Understand that tariffs are bringing record surplus. The stock market's at a 35-year high, and the investments into America right now are greater than any other presidency in history.
I don't know
You
why you'd say
understand
such
that,
a.
right?
I don't understand why you'd say such a bullshit false claim. You could literally look at private fixed investments into American manufacturing on the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis's website. We actually had a boom in investment in America under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration. Once Donald Trump won the election, they went stagnant. First quarter of Donald Trump's term went stagnant again. Second quarter of Donald Trump's term went down. So for you to sit here and tell me that this guy's great for investment, it just simply contradicts reality.
He's 100% great for investment. You're going to see that in the next quarter.
Oh, but why didn't we see it in the last three?
Well, because it takes time before these things get started.
Well, I mean, it's not even that they haven't gotten started yet. He's stagnated it.
It's always like that around elections.
No, it's not. It's
Yes.
not at all. What kind of claim is that?
Well, because people are nervous around elections. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know which way the economy is going to go. They don't know what policy decisions are going to be made. And therefore, it goes stagnant for a little while until they've made the decisions, they've put in the permitting, they've done the market analysis, and they've begun the investment.
What year did Obama
You'll
win? What years did Obama win the elections?
Well, obviously 2012 and 08.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and now pull you up the graph of real private fixed investment that we're seeing from Fred. Let's go ahead and compare the stagnation that we see when Trump won the 2024 election and in the first two quarters of his term, compared to investment in 2008 and 2012. Is that fair?
Well, it is and it isn't. You're comparing two different
Oh.
styles of economy.
But you said
because
that this
obviously
always
we had
happens
a
during
housing
elections.
crash in 2008.
But you're saying that, but you
So-
told us that this always happens during elections. So why did it happen during the last three?
It does happen around elections.
Okay,
You-
well, I'm
you
gonna
will
go-
see some stagnation.
But we have not seen the stagnation and declines in investment that we see during Trump's. Literally, just like look at this graph real quick, man. Let's go ahead and throw it up here. So look at 08 when Obama won the election. It actually went up. Look at right there at 2012 when he won again. It actually went up. Look at when the Biden-Harris administration won the election. It
You're
remains
blocking the months. As you can see, if you look at your 2008 graph, it starts at 2008. There's a straight line leading into the first quarter, and then it begins to go up, leading into 2009
No,
and
2008 is
2010.
2008 is represented by the line at 2008.
Right. You
So
don't
so
see the
before-
straight line on the graph?
Right. That first straight line is the start of 2008.
That's right. That's the stagnation period before
It didn't go
begins to
stagnant.
go
Look at
up.
it. It went up. Right now,
Do
look
you
at what
see
we
the
see under Trump.
space? Do you see the space?
I can't hear you. Why is this guy coping so hard? Oh, my name is Scott. I'm literally such a delusional cult member that I'm going to change reality and try to argue that what I'm
Look,
saying is true, even though I have a graph.
I'm
right
gonna
in front
close
of me
out
supplied
now
by
because-
Dean, proving me wrong.
I'm going to close out because I'm going to call you David because you can't quit
Sorry, Stefan.
fucking
Sorry.
Scott.
Sorry, dude. I'm actually doing it unintentionally. If I was doing it as a meme, like that would be funny. But I'm actually not. You know, like I'm sitting here telling you, it would be funny if I was doing that intentionally. That is totally something I would do. But in this circumstance with you, Stefan, I'm actually not doing it intentionally. I would fully admit to it if I was. And if I was, I would be one funny motherfucker, and I would proudly admit to a great joke. But I'm actually not joking. It has been unintentional, Steven. Oh my... Steven. No, Stefan. Stefan, I apologize. It's just a weird name. I'm coming to terms with it. Please don't leave. This isn't you.
Please understand that Stephen is spelled with a PH as well as a EVEN.
Okay.
It's definitely not Stefan, or it would have an A. It's definitely Stephen.
Okay, sorry. I guess I've never heard of that spelling as Steven before.
That's interesting. Okay.
I'm going to move on to the next guest. I don't really see that being a productive conversation. If I could give the data to prove him wrong and put it right in front of his eyes and he still rejects it, no productivity at all. Welcome in, Sam. Do you support Trump?
Yes. Cookie King fucking mogs you.
Great. So why do you support Trump?
Because Cookie King mogs you.
That's a pretty bad argument. Because he doesn't mog
And
me.
you vape.
But even if he did...
Yes, he does.
What
Cookie King mogs you.
Yeah, okay. So why do you support Trump? Let's hear an argument.
Because Cookie King mogs you.
Okay. So that's not an argument. Sam,
Charlie
question.
Kirk mogs you. Yes.
Receding hairline and gums don't mog me at all. Now,
I would say Charlie Kirk does mog you.
Can you name one policy ever passed through Congress ever?
No.
A third grader mogs you. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Hop in that queue if you want to come up here and debate. Let's go ahead and see what that next guest has. Hop in that queue if you want to come up in here, y'all. We got Golf Fan 1792 loaded in here. Here we go, y'all. Yo, Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying this country will thrive because of you. Well, that's very kind of you, Jeffrey. Show some love to Jeffrey down below. And then Shaylee with the $5 as well. Thank you, Shaylee. And then Erica, dude, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Everybody, I want y'all to show some love to Erica down below in that chat while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us. Thank you so much, Erica. Make sure if you are in that queue, of course, that you support Trump, by the way, guys. Erica says, hey, Dean, I just wanted to encourage everybody to join their local 1 million rising training. It's involving guide to get strategic non-cooperation to fight authoritarianism. Google it and get pushed. Okay, Erica, I like that idea. I'm going to actually look into that myself. Everybody, show some love to Erica down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right.
Hello? Can you hear me, Dean?
Bro, I'm so sorry. I kicked you. I was so impatient. Hop back in that queue. I'm sorry. You didn't immediately respond, so I just moved on, assuming that you weren't there. Hop back in that queue. I will happily bring you right back up here if you're a Trump supporter. Like, you will literally be the next guest I bring up. Welcome in, Liam. Do you support Trump? All right. Liam's not here. See, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Follow the rules, follow the rules, follow the rules. Take a good look at that phone screen before you come up here. Make sure you're following the rules. Tony and David, appreciate you both for $5 over on Venmo. That's very kind of y'all. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Hi.
Layla, you MAGA?
No, I would just...
Banned. Sorry about it. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Ariel loading up in. Madeline, thank you for the $5. Allison with a 5. Joy with a 5. And Darian with a 5. Holy crap, you four. I appreciate all four of y'all for the $5. Show some love to Darian, Joy, Madeline, and Allison. You guys are based. Hell yeah. And by the way, if you want to support me, if you want to be able to support the stream and what we do here, you can find my my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of everything over there, as well as you get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I could immediately see your name and immediately see any and all messages that you attach, as well as the amount, and I could give you a shout out. Same thing goes for YT. It's in the mid-message. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. Welcome in, Braxton. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age, please.
18.
What year were you born in?
2006, November.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Because I'm pro-life.
Oh, okay. Well, Baxton, I don't know. Let's see how deep this conversation runs. Typically, when I talk about abortion with 18-year-old dudes, doesn't run too deep. But tell us, Braxton. I'm not gonna stereotype you off the gate. Why do you support Trump? I'll hear you out for the argument. Take it away. Wait. Why are you pro-life? That's what I meant to ask.
Oh, pro-life? Because no matter what it is, especially when it comes to all these people in their teens having sex and not wanting to deal with what happens from having sex.
Yeah.
And having an abortion, which is killing a baby.
Uh-huh.
So if you're gonna do these things, then you should be able to support it,
Okay.
support the baby, and not kill it
So I
because you're having
understand
sex for fun.
I understand that you're 18. So like thinking about like a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old to you doesn't sound like too much younger than you are. So like you probably have this vision of like 16 and 17-year-olds in your head that is like full responsibility old person. Okay, but like that's just simply not true. You specifically pointed out teens there saying that they should have to accept that risk, they should have to take accountability, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that like a 16 or 17-year-old can consent to engage in an intercourse with like a 25-year-old?
Where I'm from, 16 is consent, but not that it's right whatsoever.
Yeah, we're asking you about what you think, not about what like very ugly, terrible laws think.
No, I think that's weird,
But do you
but
think they can like? Do you think they have the ability to actuate consent? Not predicated on what the law says, but like literally predicated on what we understand consent to be, like the idea that you can make a willful and informed decision about something.
I mean, yeah, everyone has that.
You think that 10-year-olds have the ability to make willful and informed decisions?
Well, 10-year-olds wouldn't be hanging out with 25-year-old horny fucks.
I don't
That
think that
would
was an answer to
kill
my
that.
question.
Okay, so restate the question, please.
Can 16-year-olds make a willful and informed decision to engage in intercourse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I listen, like I said, you like just turned 18. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be as hard on you as I would be on anybody older than you saying this because you're still young. So I think the better way to go about this is just to explain to you, like, no, they can't. Okay. I'd actually argue that most 18-year-olds really can't either, and that may include yourself, right? But that's like a whole other story. At the end of the day, it is super important to acknowledge that like 18-year-olds cannot actuate willful and informed consent to engage in intercourse. And this is why we all typically accept, or at least most of us say, that you can't really do that when you're a minor. Minors can't consent. That's why you hear that phrase a lot, and that phrase is absolutely true. And I don't really know where to go from here. You know, it's kind of hard to really put a lot of explanatory power behind the statement that minors can't consent, apart from describing that they can't make willful and informed decision about these things because they just simply can't understand the complexities due to their age, due to their lack of experience, due to their literal neuronic development. They just simply can't understand the complexities of intercourse, what it is and what it can lead to make that decision with consent. Do you accept that?
That, I mean, I don't know. Because, I mean, my mom had me when she was 16.
Okay. There's examples of women having, I'm going to rephrase myself, not women. There's examples of girls having babies as young as 9. But that's because of grape. That's because of societal pressures. That's because they were taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's not the baby's fault.
Jack, thank you for the galaxy. So are you now trying to segue this into debate where you think that even like 9-year-old grape victims shouldn't be able to access abortion?
I think that it should be something that should be talked about.
Do you think that 9-year-old victims of grape should be able to access abortion if they get pregnant?
No.
Why?
Because it's not the baby's fault. You shouldn't be killing a baby over that.
Let me ask you a question. This is a hard one for me, man, because that is dark. That is really dark, man.
That's the truth.
I just need a second because that's really sad to hear that people think these things.
I'm not saying it's good by any means.
Just like saying that we should be forcing 9-year-old girls into being pregnant and giving birth to a child. Like, do you recognize that's what you think? You think we should force 9-year-old girls we should force them to be pregnant? We should force them to undergo physical mutilation.
You're
We should
just
force
you're
them to
just putting
undergo
words in
mental
my
trauma.
mouth.
But
You're putting words in my
every
mouth.
single one of these words is a consequence of your belief that you think if a 9-year-old gets raped and becomes pregnant, she should be forced to have birth. Every single one of these is a consequence that she should be forced to be pregnant. She should be forced to undergo physical mutilation. She should maybe even be forced to possibly die. She should be forced to undergo mental trauma. You understand that all of these words carry great weight and are grounded in reality because this is what happens if we were to deny like 9-year-old victims of rape that got pregnant access to abortion.
What's your take on this whole thing? On the whole, you're what, pro choice?
I'm not ready to move on yet. I want you to respond to what I
Okay.
just said there. I want you to at least recognize, at the bare minimum, I want you to recognize and affirm with your full chest that you think we should force 9-year-old victims of rape to undergo everything I just described.
Like you said, it's happened before.
Slavery has happened before. That doesn't mean you should support slavery.
I'm not supporting it. Why would I support a 9-year-old having a baby?
If you don't support a 9-year-old having a baby, if you don't support 9-year-olds being forced to maintain pregnancy, if you don't support 9-year-old bodies being physically mutilated and mentally mutilated, I'll use that word too because that is absolutely truthful, then you should support a 9-year-old victim of rape having access to abortion. Very disappointed in you.
So what's your take now?
Okay, I'll give you my take. And I'd like to see if you agree to it. Let's continue to talk about rape victims and access to abortion, regardless of their age. There's a very fair and sound argument that I can give you that yields the conclusion victims of rape should have access to abortion. And for this argument, now this isn't what I think, it's what you think, and I could grant this to you because it'll make it easier for you to adopt this view. For this argument, we could assume that fetuses' lives are just as valuable as your life or my own life. For this argument, we could assume that fetuses are babies that have the right to life. And we could still argue that rape victims should have access to abortion. Because if a rape victim becomes pregnant, who's to say they have an obligation to provide their bodily resources to keep that fetus alive? If you're a homeowner and every single night you left your door unlocked, and because you left your door unlocked every single night, somebody broke into your house and stole half your food, and they did this for 9 months, and that put your life on the line, that starved you, that made it so you might even die, would you be doing anything wrong if you locked... He left. I'm literally so disappointed in that, man. You know? I'm so disappointed in that shit. That is just not acceptable. That is just a completely unacceptable belief. And I mean, it's just, it's so disheartening when I find people that disagree with that. You know, it's just like when I hear people say stuff like that 9-year-old victims of rape should be forced to maintain pregnancy. I put that in the same category as like white people that thought like phrenology was true and that black people had dimples in the back of their skulls that made them submissive. That was like a white supremacist belief of chattel slavery, antebellum era. You know, it's just like so incredibly detached from reality, separate from truth, and a cause of so much material harm onto so many lives that he's just indifferent to. Man, yeah, that one hits me hard, guys. That one hits me really hard. But let's go to move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that it means it's because you support Trump. We'll get you up here. We'll have a debate. Just absolutely so insane. Everyone give us a second here, guys. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the live right now. Everybody, guys, go and put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section. We'll get you up here. Go and put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section. We'll get you loaded in. We got that next guest, Tim, loading in right now. Alessandra.
Get little kids off HRT and put them on fucking...
Alessandra, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal saying is a great victim. This guy is messed up. It doesn't matter how old he is. This is the most messed up take. Yeah, man. I completely agree. You know, I completely agree. 110%. 110%. Nobody should be thinking that shit. What's
Hey,
going
Dean.
on? What's going on, man? Do you support Trump, Devin?
I do.
All right, Devin, quickly before we hop into the debate, there's a handful of donations I want to read off here. Justin, thank
No
you
worries.
for the $25 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you, Justin. Good to see you again, everybody. Please show some love to Justin. Down below in that comment section, Justin says, people like this enrage me, and I'm 18 and I don't think this way, and I have a little sister. If that happened to her, I would want her to have access to abortion. Any reasonable person should. Honestly, even like... we're going to act like that I didn't hear that. Even a majority of like unreasonable people should. You know what I mean? And then Samantha, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. That is incredibly kind. P-A-Y, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo 6 minutes ago. I appreciate that. Pay says, love you, Dean. I appreciate you for the love, Pay. You are phenomenal. Show some love to Pay down below. As well as Mr. Scott. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 250 Scott W's down below in that chat. Thank you, Scott. It means a lot, man. Thank you. Scott says, we ran into Parker and Santana in LA 2 days ago. They were cool, but we were bummed you weren't there. Yeah, man, I wasn't out there, but that's pretty cool. You ran into Parker and Santana, Scott. Show some love to Scott. That's really cool. That's awesome, man. As well as Anna, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Anna. Everybody show some love to Anna. Then Kai, 11 minutes go over on Venmo with a 10, and Kaylin, 13 minutes go with a $15 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Kaylin. And then one last one here. Holy crap, you guys. Mary with the $100 donation over on Venmo. That is so much money, Mary. I do not deserve a penny of that. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Holy crap. While we're hopping into this next debate, I literally want to see nothing but W Mary's spam below in that live chat. Mary says, don't get discouraged, Dean. Our country needs you. Hang in there, bro. Well, Mary, I mean, I think anybody should get discouraged a little bit here in that shit. But I get where you're coming from. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody, please show some love to Mary down below in that comment section. Literally right now. Thank you so much, Mary. And Mr. Devin, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
Right, man. Well, I'm a big fan of his world politics, his economic policies, immigration reform. I think those are my big three. And I don't think the Democrats have put up a good candidate since Barack Obama. So,
well, I definitely agree that Barack Obama is the best candidate put up by Democrats in like ever. But I don't think this undermines that Kamala Harris was a significantly better candidate than Trump. Now, where do you want to start?
We could let's start on world politics. I really like the way that Trump has kind of shifted the worldview of the United States back to the number one superpower. I think that's extremely important, and I think it's pretty easily readable.
Okay. Well, what metrics do you use, or do you think are relevant to determining like what a world superpower is? Like when you call a country a superpower, what metrics are you reading about that country that you're using to make that determination?
Okay, great. I would say the world reserve currency. I think that's a big one.
Okay. Well, was the USD the world reserve currency under Biden?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not how Trump has shifted us back to being the world's leading superpower. So what are the relevant metrics here? Tell me.
So the reserve currency, military power, and then I think trade policy is a big one.
Okay.
And to say also
real quick about military power, was the American military still the most funded military in the world under Biden?
Yeah, most funded and most powerful are two different things.
Well, I mean, I don't think in a capitalist world, I don't know if that's true.
So, okay, just give you a quick example on that. Homelessness in California, the homelessness is ridiculous, and they have the highest like per capita to solve homelessness, and there's still people everywhere. Okay. So essentially just funding does not mean power, right?
Well, I think that funding doesn't mean outcomes, right? So are you telling me that Donald Trump has reorganized the funding of the DoD budget to produce better outcomes for the military? And if so, what reorganization did he do? And what are the empirical differences that we see in the outcomes to make said determination? I mean, I think you're going to have a real difficult time answering this question because I'm not sure if we've seen any massive shifts in the organization of the DoD funding. And like empirical outcomes, like we haven't been personally engaged in a war or anything, so it's going to be hard to dictate those two. This sounds more so like a rhetorical claim compared to something with substance to back it up.
Wow, substance, huh? I don't have facts. I don't have facts. That's great. I I don't have sources. I'm not looking at a computer. I'm going straight off just, what I see online, social media, stuff like that. Trade policy is a big one.
Well,
If
let's
you
not
can
move on
get
to trade policy yet, because I want you to answer my question about the DoD.
About the DoD. So the Golden Dome is a big deal, super big deal. We've seen mass amounts of recruiting exceeding numbers. There's a reason for that. It's people want to join the military because Joe Biden's not asleep at the wheel.
I think that Donald Trump is a worse commander-in-chief than almost any president that has served before him. Can I tell you why?
That's crazy. Yeah, but go ahead.
What is the oath that every single member of our ranks, they all take an oath, and what is that oath?
If you're going to pivot to upholding the Constitution and try to claim that he is not upholding the Constitution.
It's not a pivot. It's directly relevant to my claim. Because if every single member of the military takes an oath to uphold the Constitution, and our commander-in-chief has launched an attack on the Constitution, obviously that commander-in-chief, A, is not holding to that oath himself, which he should, but B, doesn't deserve the respect or support of any of the members of the military services. In fact, we would expect, because they took that oath, to not respect him and to not support him. And if we have a disorganized military where we are placing this expectation on every single member of the services to have, vitriol and no support for their commander-in-chief, that's obviously going to be a bad commander-in-chief. So that's not a pivot. It's just simply an explanation and justification for my claim that he's bad at running the military. How can he run the military
doesn't make sense
if he's doing the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing in the oath that they took when they joined the military? And once again, it's
so
not
if that
a
was the
pivot.
case,
Stop calling it that.
if that was the case and your logic made sense, you would not see recruiting exceeding numbers.
No, because nowhere in my argument did I say that this is the reality. People acknowledge that what I'm saying is true. I just simply said that it was true.
What you said was, since President Trump, quote unquote, isn't following the Constitution, that would make everyone else not want to follow Trump.
No, I said that should make everybody not follow Trump because they
it should, but that's not the case because he's not breaking the Constitution and he's taking our military in a great direction.
He absolutely is breaking the Constitution. I could be very clear with examples.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. You got your sources in front of you, but in terms of
have these conversations so often, so I'll give them to you. You just made a claim. You said that Donald Trump is not breaking the Constitution. That claim is abundantly false. The most obvious example of Donald Trump breaking the Constitution is something that we've already talked about on today's live, which is his executive order number 14160, signed into law on January 20th, where he explicitly contradicted the clear text of the first clause of the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing birthright citizenship to everybody that's born on American soils, given that they're subject to the jurisdiction of our laws. He signed in that executive order stripping birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born here, which was clearly unconstitutional. He's also unconstitutionally and illegally deported Abreu Garcia to CICA in El Salvador. SCOTUS adjudicated that and made said 9-0 ruling. He also attempted and has deported Venezuelan immigrants back to Venezuela, violating withholding orders from our own federal
where they
judges.
come from. They're here illegally. So if someone's here illegally and their home is Venezuela,
rights.
Do you believe that illegal immigrants get the same due process as American citizens?
Yes, under the equal protections clause of the 14th Amendment. Yes, they are treated equally.
So let me get this straight. Joe Biden lets in 100,000 people in 1 month, unvetted, unprocessed, no idea who they are, instantly.
That's a loaded claim that I disagree with, but I'm not going to get into the hyper-specific reasons of why I disagree there. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, let me finish there. Snap at the finger, people just come across the border for months and months. When you get those people out, they're expected to get the same due process as an American citizen who was born here. That's what you said? How do you do that, Dean? How do you do that logistically? How do you send those same people home without hiring thousands of lawyers, thousands of judges, thousands of immigration officers, which we have been doing with ICE? How is it possible? Because it's not.
I actually love that argument because it's probably true. I don't think that we could feasibly or possibly pull off a mass deportation of every undocumented immigrant in this country without just exploding our funding to courts, exploding our funding to judges, exploding our funding to lawyers, etc. It's just simply not feasible to expect that we can legally deport every single undocumented immigrant in this country. Now, see, the conclusion that I yield from this is that therefore we shouldn't do the mass deportation. But the conclusion you yield from this is very different and very interesting. Because you're saying if we can't feasibly do it legally, then it's okay to do it illegally. And that is such an
That's not what I
interesting
said.
claim. Yes, it is.
I strictly said I believe that someone who is here illegally does not deserve the same due process as someone who is an American citizen. They deserve due process.
And then the argument that you gave to justify that is if we did give them the total due process they are legally entitled to, given the
that
14th
American
Amendment,
citizens are entitled to.
That is not true.
Says who?
Says the Constitution and says constitutional case law.
The 14th. What is the 14th Amendment?
Sure. The first section of the 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship to all persons born or naturalized on U.S. soil that are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The second clause of the 14th Amendment would guarantee equal treatment to everybody that is also subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And then the third, fourth, and fifth clause include due process, limited protections for voting rights if you're a male over the age of 18 that would penalize states if they violated or impeded upon that. And then the last clause of the 14th Amendment would restrict individuals that were involved in an insurrection from running for or possessing a public office in America.
Wow. That's great. That's great.
So that's
I still think regardless.
Is.
Yeah, no, that was great. You nailed it. I don't have it in front of me to read off, but I'd love to.
Neither do I.
Right. So again,
I mean,
think
that right sounded like
right.
You don't believe it.
Yeah.
Would you like to see this picture I just took?
That's a nice picture.
So I mean, I'll zoom in on the picture here. I'll show you my monitor. Over there, that's going to be my TikTok OBS. And then over there is going to be my YouTube OBS. I'm not really seeing the 14th Amendment anywhere here.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Did you see like the teleprompter? I don't see it. Anyways,
so,
continue.
okay, the 14th Amendment, yes. It's obviously it's part of the Constitution, so it's extremely important, but it's also, I think, birthright citizenship, that was put in there for a reason, and it was not put in there to protect illegal immigrants coming to the country.
What was the reason you think it was added to the Constitution?
It was for slaves and their children and assimilating them as American citizens, which they deserve, by the way, and that should 100% be there.
So listen, you were right in the sense that was one of the intentions of the 14th Amendment. But see, like, you're getting this claim from Charlie Kirk. You're not getting this claim from being like well read on your history.
I'm getting this from common sense.
How common sense? Okay. So you think that your common sense is more knowledgeable and valuable than an historical record of the debate on the floor of Congress of the 14th Amendment, making it clear what the intentions for said amendment were when it was ratified by Congress in 1865. Are you Jesus?
Have you read the transcripts?
Yeah.
Have you went through there, watched the video, read the transcripts?
Yeah, actually, I have read the congressional debate transcripts for the 14th Amendment. And when you read the congressional debate transcripts, it's funny because you had a ex-Confederate member of our House argue during the ratification of the 14th that they don't think that this amendment should apply to the children of immigrants born on American soil. But then guess what?
It says that immigrants.
And yes, Chinese immigrants, to be specific, Chinese immigrants like Kim Wong, and we'll talk about his case in a little bit. But we had a minority of Congress members argue that they don't think that birthright citizenship should be able to apply to the children of immigrants born on American soil. But then the congressional debate followed, and the rest of the chamber agreed that yes, it is supposed to be what the 14th Amendment will include. That's why they chose the explicit text of the 14th Amendment to reference all persons, not all enslaved individuals. And that is so incredibly relevant because it points out your framing of the intention of the 14th Amendment as false. Now, for me to say that it wasn't designed in part to intentionally give citizenship to Black Americans is false, because that was a massive reason why we had the 14th Amendment ratified. Right. It's just simply not the only reason. Right? And I mean, this idea is backed up by case law from 1898 in U.S. versus Kim Wong-Ark, where they determined that the people that are guaranteed birthright citizenship that are born here is everybody but military invaders, foreign diplomats, and indigenous Americans. Now, of course, the indigenous Americans aspect was updated with federal law in the middle of the 20th century, but the other two categories still do stand, meaning that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are included and are covered by the 14th Amendment.
Okay. Are you in favor of illegal immigration?
Am I in favor of undocumented entry into the country? Short answer, no. Long answer would require us to pivot into a whole brand new conversation, which I'm not quite willing to do yet.
You don't want to. I thought is that not what we were doing? We're pivoting to make our claims. Why do you still support Trump? Because I do not support illegal immigration. Very simply put, and what's crazy about this too, Dean,
I'm not going to let you run away from your claim that the children of undocumented immigrants aren't entitled birthright citizenship or full due process under the eyes of the law.
Yeah, well, maybe if there was like 1,000 people who crossed our border in a year illegally, it's less of a concern. But when you have 100,000 people a month crossing your border illegally, then it's a pretty broad issue that needs, little conversation, at least in my eyes.
So just, your argument is that you think it's physically impractical or implausible to assume that we could deport every undocumented immigrant legally by giving them their legal right to due process. So you are okay, or at least indifferent to us kind of breaking that law, not giving them their full due process and deporting them faster, right?
So what is due process then? What does that process look like to deport an illegal alien legally in your eyes?
I will happily answer that question after you answer mine, because I've been trying to get this conclusion from you for a while. It's literally been around 15 minutes that I've been trying to get you just to say it outright, and that you haven't been willing to.
Yeah. So, what was your question? You got to tell me again.
I just want to clarify your stance is that you're okay with kind of maneuvering around the law and not giving undocumented immigrants due process. Because it's the only way to make a mass deportation realistic.
Again, okay, so here's my eyes on that. I'm not going to give you what you want there because...
Is that not what you're arguing?
No, I don't believe that the ICE and the government would take people out illegally if there wasn't, they're not just picking people off streets and shipping them across. Where are you from?
You don't believe that the Trump administration has illegally deported anybody? We literally have a SCOTUS ruling from April 10th saying the exact opposite.
And the example you used was Arbogrio or Garcia or whatever his name is. Dude is a terrible person. Yeah, and you in the media, Maryland man, quote unquote, he's got a criminal rap sheet.
Well, actually no. What you just told us is false. So he doesn't have a criminal history inside of America.
He has a criminal history. If he was here illegally, that's a criminal history.
So actually, more specifically, this was even reaffirmed inside of the SCOTUS ruling. You could read the ruling on April 10th arguing that he does not have criminal history inside of America. And
I have read
he
that
didn't
ruling.
see his day in court to adjudicate his removal. That means that he didn't have a criminal history for the misdemeanor of undocumented entry. Now, if you're telling me that he's a terrible person because he has a criminal history and that criminal history is a misdemeanor of undocumented entry, how terrible does this make Trump for his 34 felonies?
I thought we weren't pivoting.
Oh, well, that's not a pivot. That is a conceptual question about the statement that you just made.
Right.
You just sat here and told me that Abrigo Garcia is a terrible, terrible, terrible person because he has a criminal history. Then I argued that he didn't. Then you said, yeah, he does. He entered the country illegally, which is a misdemeanor. So you're saying because of this criminal history of a single misdemeanor, he's a terrible person. How terrible does that make Trump for his 34 felony convictions? How terrible does that make Trump for being held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman? No, sir. A pivot is when I change the topic of conversation away to something that is not conceptually relevant to the point you made. Now, this statement is definitely not referencing undocumented immigrants, not referencing immigration, but is conceptually relevant as it challenges your notion that having a single misdemeanor on your criminal record makes you a terrible person, but having 34 felonies on your criminal record and being held civilly liable for rape makes you the best president in the history of this country.
You just say Trump was the best president in the history of this country?
That was an
Can we clip that?
That was an imposition. You didn't follow that statement?
No, I got you. Here's the deal, Dean.
Yeah, you're being intentionally dense to try to make light out of a claim that I made that demonstrates your hypocrisy without actually.
Trump's got 34 felonies, and I've seen these before, and you attack his character a ton.
Like you just attacked Abrego Garcia's. Thank you.
Okay, let's attack Joe Biden's or Kamala Harris's because
Kamala is how you pronounce a name. Attack Kamala away. Just make sure you don't say the names of any D or UGS. It's typically something that comes up when people try to attack her character. But go for it.
Got you. Wasn't going to go there, but I appreciate that. The big thing about that is how do you still support Trump? And it's the first thing I said.
You attack Kamala Harris's character. Tell me the worst thing that she's ever done.
No, let me preach here for a second. So, how do you still support Trump? First thing I said, the Democrats haven't put up a single good candidate since Barack Obama. Joe Biden, and it's more so how can't you support Trump when the Democratic Party is just in shambles? Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel. He did no news conferences. He seriously, was not mentally capable of running the country properly. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Kamala Harris is who ran against Trump. You said I can attack Kamala Harris's character, so fucking do it.
Okay, Joe Biden and Kamala both ran across.
Kamala was the name on the general election for the Democratic Party. Fucking do it. Attack her character. What is the worst thing she's ever done, sir? You have my full
The worst. Okay, so Frank, I just don't think in terms of economic policy, I think she would have destroyed the stock market.
Okay, why?
Okay, here we go. Immigration policy.
No. Economic policy. I asked you to attack her character. You said her economic policy would have destroyed the stock market. Why?
What was her thing on homes? She wanted to unlock something for homes, and it made absolutely no sense at all. I can't remember because, frankly, you can't follow it because she was not. In my eyes, I do not think she would have been a good commander in chief.
Okay, answer the goddamn question. You made the claim that her economic policy would have destroyed the stock market, right?
Yes.
Okay, justify that claim.
Justify that claim.
Yeah.
Letting in thousands of illegal immigrants to steal American-born jobs.
Okay, well, first and foremost, if we're going to be real, undocumented immigration actually helps the stock market because undocumented immigrants are more likely to work and contribute to the labor force. In fact, the Center for American Progress tells us that they'd contribute $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year, which is propping up the companies that are publicly traded. This is why we saw all-time highs in the stock market, or at least one reason why. If we didn't have undocumented immigrants working in our country in the last 4 years, the impacts of the pandemic would have lasted a whole lot longer. So in this specific context, your claim about undocumented immigrants hurting our economy, hurting our stock market is false.
You watched Jubilee, right? You were on that show once.
I was on Jubilee.
You were on that show once. Good show, good time. So they recently released an episode, One Democrat versus 20 Hardcore Republicans. There was a gentleman in a pink shirt. You probably seen it if you watch the clip. He explained that perfectly why you're wrong.
Okay,
now
do it.
That's my source. You can go ahead and pull up the clip and look at it. But essentially, what it is illegal immigration.
What's the timestamp?
It's probably 3/4 through the video. It's like a 45-minute long video.
Okay, you said pink shirt guy?
Yeah, pink shirt guy. He should be in the comments too. The Democrats.
So I just want to clarify. You are now bowing out, and then you are now giving your debate to pink shirt guy in Jubilee.
I'm giving you a source, right? You always ask for sources.
Immigrants are actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes proportionately into the undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you probably said that. One of us proud. Oh yeah, correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because for example,
I actually do.
For example, do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, and you can't do that when you bring all these people coming into
That's not the reason the Republican Party blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration.
Did I say I voted Republican? Did I say I voted Republican?
Well, I'm in a show that was called 25 far-right Republicans.
That doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican candidate.
So you and I, so you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes,
100%.
$7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of its value. If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country.
Right? Yeah. Notice how
migrants who aren't the cause of low wages in the country. You know who's causing low wages? Billionaires, millionaires, people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a native.
I get the monologue right now. Let me respond.
You had one. With your one study that had a 0.5% impact.
You won't let him respond.
This
is crazy.
You didn't even know who wrote it, right? So let's get back to the point, right?
Because I don't need to
know
one study.
Again.
The majority of studies say that wages are not impacted by migration.
The majority of your studies are flawed. That's what I'm telling you.
My studies.
Right.
Neither of us are economists. It's the economist studies.
Don't assume who I am.
Are you an economist?
I could be.
But are you?
I could be.
Are you?
So far, I haven't heard an argument. I just wanted to point that one out. Is it still coming?
coming. They talk
I'm not
eventually.
gonna tell you.
Are you?
I'm gonna major in economics, right?
Are you an economist?
No, not right now.
Okay, so when I said neither is economist, I was correct.
Just don't assume.
To use your
things.
favorite word.
See here, dude. This is nothing of substance. You look at the red flags; they're coming up. Let me get to
That's
the point.
great, but
so
you're
when you
not an
talk about
economist.
when you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? Do you know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment.
Do I
was
know
like
what it means? I thought we're not doing assumptions.
Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were like at 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting
That's how
poverty
it's
wages.
always been counted.
Yeah,
I'm against poverty wages.
You
Can we
won't let
agree
me
again?
Yes. If you go to like the Logood Institute, they calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay. If you account for things like just people who make around $25,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part time, if you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in, and they're taking those jobs.
Still haven't heard an argument against the idea that undocumented immigrants positively contribute to the economy. Is it still coming? Because I feel at this point you're kind of wasting my time.
Okay, no, of course not, Dean. I would never waste your time. So I'm going to put you on something there. The H-1B visa program is a great example of what he just said, right? When Microsoft goes and fires 8,000 American-born workers and then hires 2,000 employees via the H-1B visa, that is a prime example of immigration taking American-born American jobs, right? So when you send in thousands of people illegally,
you entitled white man, you think
that's crazy.
You think just because you're born in this country that you should have the first claim to a job, even if there's a legal immigrant that can do it better and more more productively than you can. See, the issue with this argument is this is antithetical to what you were just saying about caring about the American economy. Did you know that if we were to hire you over a legal immigrant just because you were born in this country, even though you're worse at the job, that this is actually more unproductive for the economy?
Literally
There will be
DEI.
less. Yes, literally the right's conception of DEI that doesn't exist in reality. Thank you so much for self-dunking. You are literally advocating for what Charlie Kirk thinks is DEI. You are literally advocating for what Ben Shapiro thinks is DEI. So I just want to clarify, are you a fan of this conception of DEI?
So, okay, two things you said there. One, legal was a very key word. You said legal immigrants.
Yeah, because
not
you talked about
illegal.
H-1Bs.
Yes, but we also talked about the border and letting hundreds of
No,
thousands of
no,
people
no, no. You made a
illegally
claim about
taking
H-1Bs.
jobs.
You very specifically made a claim about H-1B visas. You said when we allow H-1B visas, we have these legal immigrants coming into this country and stealing jobs from people that were born in America. So I don't know. I'm not going to let you come out here and try to make me the bad guy for directly responding to your claim about immigrants working on H-1B visas in America. What the hell do you think we're doing here? I'm not going to give you some off-base, slightly kind of responding, but not really response to the claims that you're making. I am driven to ensure that I'm responding to exactly what you're saying here. You made a claim that immigrants working on H-1B visas are taking jobs away from Americans, and this is bad. Immigrants working on H-1B visas are legal immigrants. So, of course, I'm going to be specifically referencing the legal immigrants working on H-1B visas when you're making a claim about legal immigrants working on H-1B visas. I'm sorry for being precise. I'm sorry for being direct. And I'm sorry for taking your claim and proving it wrong.
I disagree with the H-1B visa. I said that.
Yeah. So you agree with a less productive economy because instead of hiring who's best fit for the job, who could do it best, who could generate the most goods at the highest quality, we should hire individuals that are less qualified that will generate more goods at a lower quality just because they're born in this country. Unless they're undocumented immigrants, then you don't think they should be entitled to their birthright of American citizenship, even though the 14th Amendment says so. Do you see how I've been able to make the whole conservative worldview a fucking pretzel here?
Okay, you kind of put it together pretty well at the end, but what you exactly said was the Republican Party's stance on why DEI is a bad thing, right? 100%. Based on merit, skill, and competence, and not based on all these other factors. So yeah, I do agree with you there. Now,
wait, do you disagree with that conception of DEI?
Do I disagree with DEI?
Like the conception of DEI that we're putting somebody's like race or gender above their merit and skill.
Yeah, of course.
So then why do you think we should put somebody's birthplace over merit and skill?
Because we are a country, Dean. We're not a fucking playground. This isn't just anyone can swing on the swing set. People fought and died for the freedom of this country.
Yeah, particularly the freedom of allotting H-1B visas to immigrants, right?
Right, and again, I already said that I disagree with the H-1B visa. I was giving you an example as to why immigrants take American-born jobs.
Why do you disagree with H-1B visas if they produce better economic outcomes for this country, which in turn benefits you and your family? And disagreeing with H-1B visas conceptually is just supporting a non-merit-based economy, but rather an economy based upon whatever you think it should be based on, like country of origin or birth.
So if you listen to that video that I made you watch, the pink dude strictly said that 25% of the jobs in this country are part-time, low-wage, blah, 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 blah.
Which has nothing to do with
Listen, when H-1B visas, Microsoft, for example, they're not hiring janitors. They're hiring engineers.
Very high-skilled laborers, which is only better for our economy.
Innovators, right. But that takes away from the high-paid...
innovators?
That takes away from the high-paid American innovators and engineers.
No, it's just simply the individuals on H-1B visas that got the job over somebody that is an engineer and innovator born in this country. It's because they were better at the job.
And can be paid half as less.
Actually, no. What evidence do you have to suggest that individuals working on H-1B visas are more likely to accept lower wages than American-born engineers or innovators?
I'm gonna use my noggin there and just take a strong guess. I haven't looked in the H-1B visa program super in depth.
Yeah, I'll explain
I'll explain to you why your guess is wrong. So this is tangentially related to the fact that undocumented immigrants are more willing to accept lower wages on average and are paid less on average. So you're tangentially assuming because undocumented immigrants are paid less on average, that so are legal immigrants, such as those working on H-1B visas. However, this is false when we evaluate the reasons why undocumented immigrants are paid less on average. It's because they have less bargaining power in the workforce, as they don't have residency, they don't have citizenship, and they're more likely to be exploited by their employers. They're also more likely to work under the table since they can't file for a tax return or claim federal benefits. However, when we're talking about legal immigrants on H-1B visas, they do have a form of residency per the visa, as well as they qualify for federal benefits and qualify for a tax return, so they have just as much bargaining power, somebody that's born in this country, meaning that no, we have no reason to assume tangentially related to the claim about undocumented immigrants, that therefore individuals that hold H-1B visas are also likely to accept lower wages. So let's get the assumptions out of here. Let's get like this whole, I just have common sense and I could just assume whatever I want to be true out of here. Okay, we're driven by facts, we're driven by data, we're driven by economic theory. We're not driven by this quote-unquote common sense that has now misdirected you into false conclusions that I've been able to prove wrong with like less than 3 sentences since the moment you joined around an hour ago.
Wow, it has not been an hour. Wow, dirty. Well, Dean, here's the deal. I can give you examples. I'm from Texas originally. I can give you examples where this is happening. If you go up into Prosper, if you look in Prosper, Texas, and you look at homes for sale, this is a new community back in like right before COVID just released. Every single home for sale, every single home there is for sale right now. And immigration is the point and the purpose of that. And when you see it in purpose and practice, it's very easy to apply it to other places. When you go to the grocery store in Texas, for example, and milk is $3, you can assume milk is probably $3 in North Dakota or South Dakota or Washington. It's taking a premise that you've seen firsthand in person and applying it with common sense to other areas.
This guy's lost it. You're saying because milk is $3, therefore people that are working on H-1B visas are paid less on average. What?
No, you're crazy.
Yeah, well, that belief is crazy, and I think that's what you just said. Feel free to correct me.
Anxiety pen. Dean, it's a big deal. I think illegal immigration is bad. I think legal immigration is good, but I think
no,
the system
you just contradicted yourself again. You just said I think legal immigration is good, but you think H-1Bs are bad.
Let me finish.
H-1Bs are legal immigration.
Yes, but our legal immigration system needs to be reworked, revamped, because right now it's not working to its full potential.
Oh, okay. So would it be working to a fuller potential if it made the economy even better than it already is?
And you have this point too, but again, that's not accurate. So what you're going to say is, right, illegal immigration contributes to the GDP by...
No, we're not even talking about undocumented immigrants. We're still stuck on the H-1B visa point. So would you say that H-1B visas and like legal immigration as a whole would be working to a fuller potential if it made the economy even better?
Yes.
So it'd be operating less efficiently if it made the economy worse?
is what that means.
Right. Well, the economy would be worse if we restricted H-1B visas, because then we would be giving jobs to individuals on something other than their qualifications or merit, and excluding individuals with more qualifications and more merit. You just conceded if we revised our legal immigration laws to exclude the existence of H-1B visas, that would be worse and less efficient, as we'd see worse and less efficient economic outcomes. Get fucking pushed.
Yeah. Do you think that was good for Microsoft then, to lay off 8,000 American-born workers and hire, whatever it was in H-1B visas?
When you say good, do you just mean good for the company, good for their growth, good for the contributions
Good for
to the
America.
economy? Then absolutely.
Good for America.
What do you mean by good? You mean good for America's economy?
If just good in general. If every single company went ahead,
but good in general, what does that mean? It was obviously
that,
better for the economy, because then all of a sudden they had more workers that were of higher qualifications and merit. Yeah. Sad privileged man just wants to hold on to the fact that he has a claim to be an American because he was born on this soil.
Privilege is crazy.
Once again, contradictory to the 14th Amendment in our debate earlier about the children of undocumented immigrants born here. But also, it's just once again another conception of the narrative that the right pushes on DEI. You're basically telling me that we shouldn't be giving people jobs based upon immutable characteristics such as race or gender, but we should be giving people jobs based upon immutable characteristics such as place of birth.
Again, this isn't a playground, Dean. This is a country.
It is a country that exactly. This is not a playground where we could just play fucking pretend and act as if your country of origin makes you better at a job. It's not a playground, so we can't place bigotry on top of people's fucking lives. And we need to be focused on doing what is best for the people, which will generate the most productive outcomes and put America first. And for that reason, we reject your prejudice. The people are the country. What is best for the country as a whole is what is best for the people. The country only matters insofar as how it organizes and protects its constituents. And if something is best for the country, ideologically speaking, to me, I'm just saying it's best for the people. Now, to finish what I was saying, because I agree with you, this country is not a playground. We're not going to play pretend with your prejudice and bigotry about where people are born or what their immigration status or what the color of their skin is. And instead, we are going to support systems that offer legal pathways of immigration into this country for high-skilled workers to help American to help American innovation, to help the prosperity of the people in this country, to put this country first, to center us on the global stage, to keep us ahead of the curve, to make sure the best engineers, the best doctors, the best researchers, the best scientists in the world are going to our universities, are working in our industries, are leading our manufacturers, are making sure that if there's a product in 20 years from now that cures cancer, it has fucking America in front of it, because we ensured that the legal immigrant that got it done was here on an H-1B visa. And the moment you reject the concept of H-1B visas, you're saying, I want to put this country last. Fuck American innovation. Fuck American engineering. Fuck American scientific research. Let's take the best innovators, the best scientists, the best researchers, the best doctors in the world, and let's make sure they're going to a university in China. Let's make sure that they're doing their research in Europe, because we don't want them here, because we would rather give it to some half-assed dude with a degree from community college just because he's white and was born in this country. That's what putting America last looks like.
So I'm going to finish my point here, then you can do whatever you want to. How do you still support Trump? The reason is because there hasn't been a good Democratic nominee since 2008 and Barack Obama, when your Kamala Harris and Joe Biden let in hundreds of thousands of people illegally. That is automatically putting America last. Now, I support legal immigration. I think it's necessary for our country's survival, for our innovation, and I think it needs to be reformed greatly. But again, when you have Democratic nominees who let in hundreds of thousands of people illegally, it is impossible to support that. If there was a better ticket with some changed morals and opinions on certain policies, maybe the Democratic Party wouldn't have like a 17% approval rating as of now.
Awesome. So how did the Biden-Harris administration let undocumented immigrants into the country?
Through the damn what? Through the fucking wall? There was no wall. They walked across.
Okay, so you're saying that the border was open when they assumed office?
I'm saying Kamala Harris was the border czar and let hundreds of thousands of people into our country illegally. Millions.
Okay, so what did she do? Did she just let them in because the border was already open, or did she open the border herself?
She must have opened it because it was pretty close under Trump's first term.
Okay, so how did she open it? What did she do? Was it a memorandum?
Nothing.
Was it an executive order? Was it a policy? No, because if you tell me that she did nothing, this just means that it was already open when they walked into office and they did nothing.
That's not what that
close it.
means.
It is.
That's
Because if you're
means.
saying it went from closed to open, then you were saying that there was a change in the material legislation of the southern border, which would indicate that they changed it because of the power
That's
vested
not
in
true.
the borders are.
It's as simple as not enforcing the law.
Okay, what laws did they not enforce?
Our border laws. It's pretty simple. If we have border laws in place and the border is closed and there is a wall built and people are not coming across the border,
so you're
then
telling
all
me
of a sudden people start coming across the border, laws aren't being enforced.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling
not like
me
you need
that
a pen, you don't need legislation.
So you're telling me that they put out a directive to CBP and Border Patrol to not enforce the laws in the book, because we know that they funded CBP and Border Patrol more than the Trump administration did in their first term. So there's more agents out there with more funding to do more things with more hours on the clock. But you're telling me that they just told them not to enforce the border legislation? What a wild imaginary,
I believe it.
what a wild imaginary bullshit claim.
Right, yeah, I believe they probably funded CBP and whatever else you said, but maybe not for enforcing our border laws, but trying to vet hundreds of thousands of people who came here illegally, because it's impossible because you need more people to do it. So obviously they increased funding, but when you have thousands of people, it is impossible. Dean, you're
I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to be very clear, Devin. You don't actually have an argument that they caused this. You're just assuming.
What?
Yeah, go ahead, freak out, do whatever you want. At the end of the day, I asked you what they did to cause it, and you couldn't tell me. You said that they weren't enforcing the law. So I asked you, what memorandum did they put out to tell Border Patrol
I
to not
said
enforce the
nothing.
laws?
It's literally as simple as nothing, Dean.
Okay,
You're a charts guy, aren't you?
If they did nothing, this just means that the policy of the Trump administration would carry over to their administration.
If the laws were still
think about it this way. Did the Biden-Harris administration do anything or nothing about the tax policy set in stone by Trump when he was president the first time around?
They did nothing.
They did nothing. So during the 4 years of their administration, because they did nothing about his tax policy continued to persist, right?
That is true. Do you want to know why they kept it in place?
So now if they did nothing about Donald Trump's immigration policy, this would mean Donald Trump's immigration policy continued to do what?
Two completely different topics there. Again, you didn't enforce the law, and then in terms of the tax policy, the only reason they didn't change the tax policy is because they were spending so much money that they needed the tax revenue from the tariffs from China, which you probably oppose, to fund the government.
Oh, really? How much money did they sign into law?
How much money did they sign into law?
How much debt did the Biden-Harris administration sign into law?
I don't know the exact number.
Oh, don't worry, I do. It's $4.6 trillion, according to the CRBF, which would be a Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Do you know how much Donald Trump signed into debt his first term?
I don't.
Oh, $8.6 trillion, twice as much. So if you're going to sit here and tell me that they exploited the debt and the deficit, how about you reflect upon the guy that you support? Really, really bad, twice as much.
Okay, yeah, I will right now. So first term Trump, sure, debt up, deficit up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tariffs up. You know what that means? You know what that means, Dean? Inflation is low, 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 low. When you're taking in money from other places, even if you're spending more, inflation stays low. What was the difference under the Biden-Harris administration? You're probably going to say there was a COVID-19 pandemic. It was something not good.
Wait. What did you just say? So you just said
you need me to repeat
if we increase the money supply and we spend more money, inflation will go down?
You missed the key part, which was tariffs.
Okay, so you're saying that tariff causes less inflation?
That is exactly it's point proven.
What's the goal of tariffs?
The goal of tariffs to raise revenue.
That's not the goal of tariffs.
So what's your goal of tariffs?
Protect American industries.
Okay, so yeah, maybe both. You can hit two birds with one stone.
You cannot lower inflation and protect American industries with tariffs. Because how do tariffs protect American industries?
By bringing manufacturing back to the United States of America.
And how do tariffs bring manufacturing back to the United States of America?
Do you need me to spell it out for you? I'm sorry. You obviously have a point in mind. You want to just drop it?
No, I need you to tell me. How do tariffs bring more manufacturing back to America?
By charging companies a fee to ship their products to our country.
And how does that drive more manufacturing to America?
By incentivizing investment into the country by building manufacturing plants.
Actually, not true.
Are you following me?
Because if there's a company that's operating out of China, for instance, and they're hit with a tariff and they can no longer economically produce goods in China and send them to America, they won't move to America. they'll just move to a country that doesn't have tariffs on it with lower labor costs and lower costs of raw materials than America.
Okay. So do you think
So
some
that's
of the
not
smartest...
the way. That's not the way that it drives more manufacturing.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. Do you think the smartest economists in the world haven't thought about that, Dean? Do you think...
No, absolutely they have. This is like tried and sound economic theory.
Okay,
The reason,
great example.
So if you want to ask the smartest economists in the world how tariffs protect American industries, they won't tell you it's because it incentivizes companies to move their industries into this country. No, they'll just move to another country without tariffs on it because A, they'll be able to get the raw materials from other countries that they use to build their goods without that American tariff, and B, they'd be able to get cheaper labor. The way that tariffs, quote unquote, protect American industries is by making the commodities produced in the other countries artificially more expensive by imposing the tariff on it, which is definitionally speaking inflation, which absolutely refutes and disproves your claim that they reduce inflation. I'll spell it out to you. I'll give you an example. Imagine that there is a bread making company in America that is able to produce and sell loaves of bread for $3 each. Okay? Now, because China has cheaper labor and cheaper raw materials, maybe they have more wheat or something that's growing over there, they'll be able to produce and export their loaves of bread into America for $1 each. So then obviously when you have the American bread and the Chinese bread, and the American bread costs $3 and the Chinese bread costs $1, all of a sudden American consumers are going to be more incentivized to buy what bread?
Do you want me to say China?
Chinese bread, because it's less expensive. So how do tariffs come into play to re-incentivize Americans to buy the American bread? By artificially increasing the price of the Chinese bread. They impose that tariff, they pass it off to the importer passes it off to the consumer, so then all of a sudden, the Chinese bread costs $4 and the American bread still costs $3. So, Americans that still decide to buy the Chinese bread over the American bread are paying $4 instead of $1. Inflation. Then all of the American consumers that are now all of a sudden incentivized to buy the American bread over the Chinese bread are just at the end of the day buying bread that costs $3 over bread that used to cost $1. Inflation. So tariffs cause inflation. They're supposed to cause inflation. They're designed to cause inflation. Their purpose is to cause inflation. So earlier when you told us that tariffs do not cause inflation, in fact, they slow inflation, you were wrong.
You said artificially inflates prices.
Mm-hmm.
The artificially inflated price is a tariff that is collected by the United States government. When the government is collecting less money or collecting more money from other sources, it means less money needed to be collected through taxes, right?
So then why is he effectively increasing taxes on everybody making at or beneath $51,000 per year?
We can talk about the big beautiful bill if you want to, but that is
then also did you know that reducing taxes is inflationary? So you're just actually describing your reason why you think tariffs cause inflation.
It also incentivizes investment. So I want to circle back to your bread claim because I think
incentivizes investment. Here's a graph of investment so far under Donald Trump's second term. Do you notice how under the Biden-Harris administration it was going up, and then in the last quarter of 2024 and the first 2 quarters of 2025 it went stagnant when Trump won the election and has gone down ever since? So I don't know if that theory is true there, pal.
It's been 6 months and you got an Excel spreadsheet in front of me that you probably made last night.
No, that's actually coming from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, pulling data from the U.S. Economic Bureau. Nice try, though.
Right, I'm gonna go back to your bread point. So when Chinese bread is $1, United States bread is $3, and we put a tariff on it, which the government collects revenue from, and then the consumer goes to the market and says, "Okay, Chinese bread $4, American bread $3." You know the difference between that, Dean? If someone is buying American bread, they're getting paid probably a living wage for the most part. It's going back to American companies. Your American dollar is being reinvested into America, right? If someone still buys China bread, they're getting paid 25 cents an hour. It's going back to China, and our American dollars are influxed over to the Communist Party. So by incentivizing people to purchase American goods and for manufacturers to come into the States and just manufacturing everything here. Hyundai is a great example of that. It's a South Korean car company taking their car plants and putting them in America. It's a great example of it.
I'm waiting for the point.
The point is you're wrong.
About what?
Your bread claim was all over the place, and you missed critical points.
Okay, so then prove it wrong, because so far you're just saying words.
I definitely just did.
What
Government
specifically did you
collects
say to refute it?
government collects revenue, incentivizes people to buy American goods. When people buy American goods, money stays in America.
So
When
would the Chinese bread not cost more if we impose tariffs on Chinese bread? Because that was my point.
yeah, it costs. It might cost more.
Okay, so then I was right.
Sure, but you're missing the grand scheme of the actual point of tariffs.
The point of tariffs is what?
To collect government revenue and incentivize people to purchase
Okay,
American
so
and invest in American.
If you're telling me that the main purpose of the tariffs is for more government revenue, well, guess what? In the market, that tariff is passed off to the consumer. You already agreed to that. You said the Chinese bread would cost more. Who spends more of their income on commodities? High-income Americans or low-income Americans?
I don't know, Dean. I would love to tell you.
Less money you make, the greater proportion of your income that you spend on the bare necessities to live, or just goods in general. Okay, so in other words, you're telling me that the income collected by our government is going by tariffs is actually just a regressive and disproportionate tax on poor people.
Okay, you make less money, so more of your money is spent on goods that you need. What a fucking shocker.
So you're telling me that my conclusion is obvious? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
that's why exactly. That's why I'm a good debater. Yes, it is common sense that tariffs are a tax on poor people. Self-dunk.
It's oh my gosh, wow, and it's just so crazy how you piece all these things together.
It's even crazier how you then call it common sense. I'm that good. I am.
Wow. No wonder you were on Jubilee. So it's just a big Dean. I really wish.
No, I'm enjoying this. This is great. Continue.
It's fun. It's fun. But again, if you want to go back to how do you still support Trump, there's so many
No,
reasons.
I don't want to go back. I want to finish off the conversation on tariffs. Respond to it. Tariffs are a disproportionate and regressive tax on poor people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods and commodities.
Because they make less money.
Yes, because they make less money, they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods and commodities.
Saying?
And because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods and commodities, they're spending a greater proportion of their income on the tariff tax. And because they spend a greater proportion of their income on the tariff tax, ultimately the tariff tax is a regressive tax on poor people. You're not denying the conclusion. You're explaining the conclusion, and I agree with your explanation. Like, imagine that we implement a flat tax. Every American pays $5,000 in taxes per year. Oh, I would say that would be a disproportionate and regressive tax on poor people. And then Devin would come along and say, oh, it's because they make less money. And then I'd say, yeah, duh, Devin. That just explains why it's a regressive tax on poor people. Devin, do you support regressive taxes on poor people?
So when you go through that and you actually think about the necessities that someone needs to live, food, maybe cleaning supplies, clothes, electricity, stuff like that. Do you really think with these tariffs, what do you think that proportionate is? Do you think it's maybe $10 more, $100 more a month, $50 more? What do you think it really is for a family of four to go out and live differently with the tariffs?
It's above zero. I haven't done the math because he's changing his tariff policy like every fucking day.
So just take a guess. Curious.
I think that think tanks prior to the election indicated it would cost the average family around an additional $4,000 per year.
$4,000 per year.
Right.
Hang on.
While he's doing that, I got a lot of donations to thank. Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, guys. Show some love to Veteran down below while we're waiting on him. And then also, let's see here, really quickly. Stephanie, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Everybody show some love to Stephanie down below in that chat. She just has some clapping emojis. I appreciate you, Stephanie. Thank you. Then Ducky, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Please tell the YouTube chat, MAGAs, that they're cowards and won't go to TikTok to debate you. Yeah, you guys over on YouTube should come to TikTok and debate me if you're MAGA. Megan
Megan with the $10 saying you're making a huge difference. Honestly, I feel like that today. These have been better conversations where I've been able just to definitively prove like everybody wrong. It's been great. Thank you for the $10, Megan. Show some love to Megan down below. Then Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. This was 46 minutes ago, Sarah. I really hope that you're still in here. Thank you. Ethan with the $20 over on Venmo saying, Dean, you keep on saying that Trump is circumnavigating Congress. The word that you're meaning to use is circumventing. Thank you. I actually really appreciate you for the correction, Ethan. Let's show some extra love to Ethan. Let's see 200 Ethan W's down below with all the Devons. I love y'all for that. Then John, 52 minutes ago, the $25 donation over on Venmo saying, sorry for the people that you deal with. You know what? I'm actually enjoying myself today. Thank you for the love, John. Everybody show some love to John. And then Ethan with a $15 saying that the current dude is the same dude that insists on ordering for a woman because he knows better. Oh, we're going to definitely be talking to him about that as soon as I'm done reading off all the donations. And then one last one here from Venmo saying, from Mary with another $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Mary. Let's get 500 Mary W's down below. That's on top of Mary's $100 donation earlier. Holy crap, Mary. Mary says, you were half my age, and yet I'm absolutely in awe of your intelligence, agility in these conversations, and bravery to do what you do. I'm in here almost every day, Dean. You made a lifelong fan right here. Mary, I love you. Thank you for the love. And, by the way, I don't know. If I was your age, Mary, if I was 50 or 60, I don't know if I'd ever even consider hearing out a 20-year-old. I mean, what the hell? They're so young. So, I mean, I hope I'm as humble as you at your age. It's seriously something that I strive for, and I appreciate you for the love, Mary. You are awesome. Very awesome. Everybody, show some love to Mary. Then also Danielle with a $20 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Danielle. Good to see you again, by the way, today, Danielle. Everybody, show some love to Danielle down below. Hillary and Vaughn with a $5. And Lauren with a $50 donation over on PayPal. Show some love to Lauren in that chat, guys. Thank you so much, Lauren. That is very, very kind. Lauren says, thank you for fighting for humanity. You are a hero. Lauren, I'm not a hero, just a crusader of common sense right now. Thank you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. Incredibly, incredibly kind. Thank you. As well as Ali with a $3 and Dion with a $5. I really appreciate you for that love. And then Lily with a $20 as well. We are all caught up. I haven't read donations off for like an hour now because I've been so focused on this conversation with Devin. But I did just, kind of read everything right there. So I appreciate everyone so much for the love. If you're watching and you'd like to support me for what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link in my bio. 100% of those proceeds go to me. The same thing goes for the YT with a pin comment. Now, Mr. Devin.
$333 a month is the difference.
Right.
So you take in $300 billion in tariffs, and the average family has to pay $333 more a month.
Yeah, there's a lot of low-income and middle-income Americans. Yes.
You don't believe realistically someone can't make $300 a month or cut back on some sort of expenditure to offset that?
Y'all should run on that in the midterms. Tell poor people that you're going to tax them more and it's their fault and they realistically can cut down their costs. Did you know the average American lives paycheck to paycheck? Bet you didn't.
Dean, you're not a politician. I'm not a politician. I'm an everyday American. You're probably
think about how insane you sound.
American.
Think about how insane you sound. You're saying that you support regressive taxes on people in poverty and making them pay more, and they could cut down their spending. They could do it.
No, you're making a huge deal and a huge argument against tariffs. That's your deal. You don't like tariffs. Tariffs are bad. They're not good.
So I just want to clarify. You agree that sometimes taxing poor people more than taxing rich people is a good idea, right?
I never said that once.
Okay. Is that a bad idea?
Do you hear yourself?
I am. I'm asking a question. Which one is it? Is it a good idea or a bad idea?
Taxing poor people more is probably not beneficial.
So it's a bad idea, right?
Sure. So just to toot your horn.
Because poor people pay more of that tax of the tariffs. That just means that the tariff tax is a bad idea.
And again, when you weigh the cons, when you weigh the pros and the cons of tariffs and what you say and the way you word it as a tax on poor people.
Oh, so then you're telling me that sometimes taxing poor people more than rich people is a good idea.
That's Dean. You're You're spinning in circles, bud.
No,
That's
you
not.
are. You are. You're the one spinning in the circles here, kid.
I'm looking at pros and cons of tariffs and what they do for our
and
economy.
you're saying at the end of the day, the pros outweigh the cons for whatever like miscellaneous reasons.
For everyone.
So
For everyone,
like
from top to
sometimes,
bottom,
so
low
I just want to
income to high
clarify.
income.
I just want to clarify that you do think sometimes it is a good idea to tax poor people more than rich people.
I think tariffs affect everyone positively.
No,
low
you're
income,
not. You're not
high
responding.
income,
you're
no
not
matter the
responding.
cons.
We've already went over on how it is a
you're
regressive
putting words in my
tax on
mouth,
poor
and that's
people.
not true.
I'm asking you questions. I'm not making
And
statements.
I said.
So I just want to clarify. Have we agreed that you spend more of your money on that tariff tax, the less money that you make?
Because you make less money.
I just want a yes or no.
I'm not giving you a yes or no, Dean, because that's not. It's
Yes, it is either a yes or no. I'm either right or I'm wrong. Which one am?
You're wrong.
Am I right or am I wrong that you
You're
spend a disproportionate and greater amount of your income on that tariff tax, the less money that you make? Is that a true statement or a false statement, Devin?
So I'll give you your beans here. It's a true statement.
There we go. So the answer is yes. So that definitionally speaking, that's what a regressive tax is.
So, but this is
so now you've no. Be
Be
quiet, Devin. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
So you've now said it is true that the tariff tax is a regressive tax on poor people. Is the tariff tax good or bad?
It's great.
Okay.
One of the best things that ever happened in this country.
This is called a transitive law of logic. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you accept the transitive law of logic, sir?
Sure.
Okay. If A equals B, if the tariff tax equals a regressive tax on poor people, and B equals C, the regressive tax on poor people equals good. Okay. Well, actually, no. You'd switch A and B. So a regressive tax on poor people equals tariff tax, and tariff tax equals good. Then A equals C. Your conclusion here would be that a regressive tax on poor people is good.
So if A was squared and the square is more manufacturing jobs coming to the country for these poor people to make more money, would that switch your equation?
No. Manufacturing jobs wouldn't be relevant to the equation of taxation.
I think it is, and I think it's very prominent.
Okay.
The whole point of these
don't
tariffs
even
is to
understand the argument. I'd hate to be this silly. If I was as silly as you, man, I'd hate it. I have a question. Do you care about American innovation?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, do you agree that competition drives innovation?
Oh, hell yeah.
Would you agree that tariffs limit international competition?
Not necessarily.
They limit international competition, and if they don't limit international competition, then they're not protecting American industries. So they do limit. So you agree that competition drives innovation and tariffs limit competition. Does this mean that tariffs limit innovation?
So people have free.
That's a good one. See,
you're good, Dean.
I read that one from an economist.
Yeah. You're good, but again, that doesn't stop people. So if you use AI, for example, people in China are, whether there's tariffs or not, they're still going to work on AI. That's innovation right now. People in America are still going to innovate through AI. That is in
regardless, there's just going to be less innovation because there's less competition, right?
I don't think that's true for the world for the world state.
Okay. So then competition doesn't drive innovation.
Now you're just going backwards because we already.
Well, I know because if you don't think that tariffs limit competition, and you agree, if you don't think that tariffs limit innovation, and you agree that tariffs limit competition, that just means that there's not a relationship between competition and innovation.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you don't think that competition drives innovation?
Oh, God damn it.
You realize that it does, so therefore you have to concede that yes, tariffs limit innovation.
Okay, we'll take it. Dean 1, Devin 0.
Well, it's a lot more than one, Devin. It's a lot more than one. Yeah. Okay, man, I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day, Devin.
It's been fun though. Hey,
I'll agree. It has been fun, Devin. It has been fun. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest right now. Let's get that next guest loaded in, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that you're following the rules. Everybody, take a look at the rules on screen. Only join if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. Take a good look before you hop in the queue, because keep in mind we are only loading in people that are following the rules. You got to address your fans on ableism. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Was there ableism in the chat? Anyways, make sure that you're following the rules if you want to join. Be at least 18 plus, American mag, and ready to debate. What's the ableism that we saw in the chat? Anyways, let's go to load on to that next guest, but make sure to tell me what ableism did we see in the chat? Saying I, B, B, B. Oh, making fun of a stutter. Yeah, guys, still make fun of stutters. That is ableist. I also have a stutter. I've worked on it a lot, though. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now, everybody. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I love you!
Okay, I appreciate you for your kindness. However, I am going to go to kick you and move on to the next guest. Guys, make sure that we're following the rules. Yeah, guys, don't make fun of people's stutters. It sucks. Let me tell you, somebody that has a stutter, I had like my stutter made fun of a lot growing up. It wasn't fun. It really wasn't fun. It's fucking terrible. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, he's not here. All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that we're following the rules, y'all. And people in the Discord are now saying that I didn't sufficiently address it. No, it's simple to address. Don't make fun of people's stutters. It's bad. If you think it's more complex than that, then you probably don't think it's that clear that it's wrong. It's incredibly clear that it's wrong, and it's easy to understand why. It's very simple. It's very simple. And if you suggest that it's somehow not simple, and I think that you're making a suggestion that making fun of stutters isn't obviously wrong. Well, welcome in. Dakota, do you support Trump? Now the Discord's saying that I need to say more. What more do I need to say? Tell me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. How old are you?
20.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, and what time is it?
4:27.
All right, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Hey, God, may I ask why you asked what time it is?
Yeah, I thought I heard the EU accent. Whenever anybody comes up onto the stream with an EU accent, I ask them what time it is to verify that they're in America.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay, why? Oh, did he say that he's in Kentucky? Okay, now he's gone. We'll give Dakota a second here. And now Dakota's left. Okay. Moving on to the next guest right now, everybody. Let's go and get Griff's 3 up in the box right now. What's going on, Discord Trump?
Nah.
All right, we got to kick you out. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen, everybody. Only join if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. Here we go, everybody. Dude, now the Discord's saying that don't snitch on the Discord. It brings your less considerate fans around. The only thing that I've seen said in the chat was that it was enough to say that it's like obviously wrong to do that. I don't think that's inconsiderate. Like, I think that's my position. Of course, I'm going to be considerate to like ableism as it relates to a stutter because I have a stutter. I grew up with a stutter. I grew up with ableism as it related to a stutter. It's not inconsiderate at all to say that using stutters is obviously wrong and that pointing out that fact is like sufficient to address it. That we shouldn't make fun of people's stutters because it's not something that they chew and it's obviously wrong and don't do that. So, I mean, I feel like you were referring to the people in the Discord that said that is inconsiderate. I don't think that's inconsiderate. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Everyone just give us a minute. Everyone give us a minute. Dude, like that's crazy because that position would suggest that I was being inconsiderate. I literally I have a stutter. I grew up with a stutter. How could I be inconsiderate to that? What's up, Jack? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2006.
2006, phenomenal. So why do you support Trump?
Well, frankly, I lied. I just love you, Dean.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for the love, Jack. We're going to move on. All right, everybody, please read the rules. Please, 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 please. Bro. I goon to Dean, but no one will know because there are too many comments. Faith, What the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing, Faith? I'm going to choose to ignore that one and move on. Everyone just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded into the box. All right. We got Cameron loaded in. All right. What's up, Cameron? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah, I support him.
Oh, man. No, Cameron, you can't support. That's a terrible decision. You shouldn't support him.
Oh, yeah, I support that he's ruining my fucking life. I know that for damn sure.
Ah, there you go. Based. www. Based. 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 Okay, sorry. We're going to move on to the next guest. That's a good one. That was a good one. I liked it. Yeah. Fill me with some life. I don't know, guys. I'd be sitting here for like 4 hours, like only talking to Trump supporters. You don't know how refreshing it is to hear a negative comment about Trump sometimes when I'm doing these lives. It's refreshing. Okay. All right. Woo! I'm like, dude, I'm set and ready to go for like another 4 hours after that one. I'm feeling refreshed. Good to know that there's still like regular people out there. Callum, thank you for the 10 pounds, saying that you never read my last super chat. I'm sorry, Callum. And I'd really appreciate if you answered, and I don't fully want to comment if it's rude. Have a great evening and love the streams. Alexander with the $20 over on YouTube super chat as well, saying tell Parker to regrow his mustache. You know, I agree. It looked good. I'll have to suggest that. There we go. Found Callum's original question. I apologize for not reading this, Callum. Thank you for the 20 pounds. Show some love to Callum down below. Thank you so much, man. And once again, I apologize for not seeing it. Callum said, hope all is good. As a UK someone who personally thinks no American candidate will benefit the country more than another, excluding the terrible orange man, who do you think has the best policy for the US's economy? Well, I think that like different candidates have significantly different impacts. Even if like both candidates are wrong and it's a vote for harm reduction. Like I think that Kamala Harris's economic policy was significantly better because it was designed to help low and middle income Americans, not designed to really like hurt them and destroy the middle class like Donald Trump's. Welcome in, Achilles. Do you support Trump?
I gotta tell you something, Dean. Cookie mogs you, bro. Cookie mogs you. I'm sorry. Cookie mogs you.
So real.
I'm sorry. And get off that anxiety pin, bro. It's not an anxiety pin,
It is
bro.
an
Let's be
anxiety
real.
pin.
Come on.
It's an
Stop.
anxiety pin,
Stop.
homie. Okay,
Stop.
listen. I know that you support Trump. Don't just leave after saying the whole cookie mogs you thing. Talk to me. Okay, that's why I'm here. Talk to me, man.
Okay.
Why do you support Trump?
So I will say I have definitely, my support of him has gone down as he's been the president, for sure. Definitely. I think the biggest thing is like the whole like Epstein thing. I mean, obviously that's played out, but like insane how he's not going to tell us that. Like he kind of he almost ran on that. But I will say something I do support is I still do support RFK. I would have voted for him if he was, if he ran actually and wasn't just like a part of Trump's cabinet. I would have voted for him, but obviously he went into Trump's cabinet, and so that's why I personally voted for Trump, because of RFK.
Okay, so if RFK also reached out to Kamala Harris's campaign prior to the election, and Kamala Harris turned him down. So if RFK actually did end up joining Harris's campaign, would you have voted for Harris?
Yes.
Okay, so what is RFK doing for the country that's more important than anything else?
So I'm not going to tell you that my personal beliefs are like the number one beliefs, but something that's really hard, like really it has a special place in my heart is people going from like overweight to like healthy. I was super overweight when I was a kid and I got healthy, and that's like something that I'm really passionate about. Obviously, America has an obesity problem. I think that's, obvious. And I would say anything to like help America's health problem. And I believe RFK actually cares about America's health problem and wants Americans to be more healthy. And I mean, that's why I like him. I believe him, to be honest.
I don't think that he actually genuinely cares about making the country more healthy, or else he wouldn't have co-signed himself onto administration that is making low-income Americans significantly less healthy by 1, making grocery prices more expensive because of the imposition of tariffs, 2, giving low and middle-income Americans less purchasing power because of the big beautiful bill, and 3, revoking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans because of the big beautiful bill. If he was genuinely cared about that shit, he just simply wouldn't have co-signed himself to the administration and gave them more power to potentially win the election.
Well, I will say on the food stamp thing, like obviously, do you think it's okay for food stamps to let's say if you got food stamps and you went and bought just Reese's peanut butter cups, like should you be able to do that?
Oh my God. Should you be able to do that? I actually do think that you should. But I think that we should naturally incentivize people to spend more of the money delegated via food stamps on like healthier foods by making healthier foods more affordable, right? But the Trump administration is
Obviously,
making
that's
less
harder.
affordable, ensuring that more people on food stamps are going to be spending more of it on less healthy foods.
I thought I mean I
Oh,
could
and then
be
also you
wrong,
made a
but I
comment.
thought
You said from overweight to healthy. You could be overweight and healthy. I just want to point that one out. You went from overweight to not underweight, to not overweight.
what? But you can't be obese and healthy.
It depends on like what you mean by obese.
Just like medically, like you are 25% or like more than 25% body fat as a guy. I forget the exact number for a girl.
I mean, I'd have to look at like what 25% body fat looks like, how that would impact somebody's like quality of life, and what that would do
I mean,
to
it
them.
can look different.
And it
depending
also
on
depends on
what
like what you mean by healthy. Like like I think that you can be overweight and be healthy. I think that's incredibly possible. And like the stigma that every time anybody is ever overweight, they're unhealthy is just like antiquated and not true.
Yeah, I guess overweight. Maybe I shouldn't have said the word overweight. I meant like obese.
Well, I mean, I think that I
obese
don't.
is what
I don't
I'm.
think that overweight is like an improper term. Like anybody, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. You shouldn't have said like the term overweight to healthy. You know what I mean? Because you can be overweight and healthy.
But you can agree that if you're overweight compared to that, if you're like the exact optimal weight, you'd probably be more healthy if you're that optimal weight
Just like
versus being
typically
overweight.
speaking, on average, you are going to have like higher propensities towards particular things, like a shorter lifespan, etc. However, this doesn't automatically equate to being unhealthy. And it doesn't work like that in every circumstance. Like it's very possible to like have like your body's natural weight be higher than that of what the typical person is and live a very long, healthy life with an average lifespan without propensities to like chronic illness, diseases, etc.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, I 100% agree that can happen, but I would say in general, like on the average, if you're obese or over,
I'm so sorry.
would you not agree with that?
I'm sorry. I didn't really hear what you just said. Dude, somebody in the Discord straight up said, Dean, you need to say more than don't do it. It doesn't address the behavior properly and it doesn't help anything. Then I responded to that by saying, you are lying. That is not all that I said, because that is not all that I said. And they are lying because I also went over my personal experiences with ableism, my personal experiences with having my stutter mocked, and how that has personally impacted me. And then the response to that is saying that I'm being inconsiderate and I'm being rude just because I'm simply calling something out as not being true. Okay, well, I mean, if just simply acknowledging that something is false, right, is like being inconsiderate and rude, like how is it possible to be considerate and to be not rude while still acknowledging that something is true? Like that is just so insane. Why is this going on? I don't know. Why is this going on? It's not inconsiderate or rude to point out that something is false, chat. Anyways, I'm gonna focus on the debates. I'll focus on that later. But that's just not true. That's just not true. You can call something false
speaking about
if it is
not
false
being
without
true,
being inconsiderate and rude. And I wasn't talking to you. Go ahead.
Speaking about not being true, can I ask you a question? Would you say, like, I just want to ask, would you say the Democratic Party over like the 2024 election lied about anything, or would you say they were 100% truthful?
No, I don't think that the Democrat Party is 100% truthful.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because I feel like I've heard things about you that you're never critical about like the Democratic Party. But would you say you've been critical, and have you been critical before? Like, what would you be critical on them about?
Now people are saying in the chat, pitting your community against itself is loser behavior. Okay, I'm sorry. Y'all are like, what is going on? I'm sorry. I just want to be able to address this real quick. I'm going to hop right back into the debate. I'll tell you where I think the Democrat Party is lying. But now I'm being called a loser because I'm quote unquote pitting my community against one another by just simply pointing out that it is not inconsiderate or rude to say that somebody in the chat was lying when by falsely misrepresenting what I said in response to people mocking the last guest stutters by saying, oh, just stop that, don't do that. Well, that's not all that I said. I also went over my personal experiences. In fact, I'd say it's inconsiderate and rude to like intentionally misrepresent all that I said to perpetuate a narrative that is being inconsiderate by like foregoing and leaving out the part that I brought up my own personal experiences. It's inconsiderate and rude because it undermines my own personal experiences. And now I'm being called a loser because it's being pointed out that it's not inconsiderate or rude to like call out a lie that is being inconsiderate or rude to me. God, if you think I'm a loser for telling somebody that it's inconsiderate and rude, right, to falsely misrepresent what I said, like that is just so hyperbolic and false. That is like wild. That is so wild. That is so wild. I don't know why this is going on in the Discord right now. Is like it's insane. It's insane. Come on, guys. Anyways, Achilles. So you asked me the question. What did the Democratic Party lie about? Well, I think that they were kind of raging hypocrites and misrepresented themselves insofar as support for Israel and support for Palestine, because they're obviously like Israeli shills. They supported Israel. They gave them funding. They gave them bombs. They gave them weapons. But then they turned around and they tried to like placate to people that are like pro-Palestine on the left by saying like, oh, we're sending them humanitarian aid. But like that was just like very hypocritical of them because it was the money and bombs and funding and weapons and ammunition and guns that they were giving to Israel in the first place, and which would cause Palestinians to need the humanitarian aid. So I think that was like incredibly hypocritical and bad.
I could not agree with you more on that, Dean. 100% agree with that. I guess my last question for you, do you know someone with the account named Postman? Do you know that name?
I feel like I've heard it before.
You have? Okay, well, that's interesting. Well, have a nice day, Dean. You're nice. You're nicer than I've seen clips about you, man. I just want to be...
Yeah, okay, you have a good rest of your day, man. Okay, they clarified in the Discord. They were not calling me inconsiderate. And they want me to read the full chat history. Okay, all right. I will read the full chat history. Appreciate you for clarifying. They're not calling me inconsiderate. I'll make sure to check it out. But let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. We're gonna get Bustin' with Justin loaded into the live. Let's go to get that next guest connected, everybody. Just do be patient while we're getting that next guest loaded in. Okay. All right. Justin is not loading in, everybody. Just do be patient while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter loaded in. Here we go, everybody. Go ahead and put a MAGO with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join. Everybody, just do give us a minute. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 41.
Okay. Are you driving?
No.
Okay. Before we hop into a debate, I'd love to chat with you. I need to thank a couple people for their donations super duper quickly. Okay. First and foremost, Karsa with the $200 donation over on PayPal. Karsa, I really hope that you're still in here, man. I hope that you're doing well. And thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Karsa, you are fantastic. Everybody, I want to see 2,000 Karsa W's down below in that chat right now. That is CARSA. Karsa says, hello, old friend. It's Karsa. I'm so proud of you, brother. Bro, it has been ages. So Karsa used to be like really involved with, like the community that we fostered on here, especially when we used to do like a lot of fun lives and battle other creators. Like he was like super involved like years ago. So I really appreciate you so much for all of the love. That is incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Karsa. Everybody, please show some love to Karsa down below. Karsa, I really hope that you're still in here. You're awesome. You're awesome, Karsa. You're so awesome. As well as Danielle, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal, saying you're cracking me up today. Good to see you having fun. I appreciate you so much for the love, Danielle. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as, oh my God, yo, Matthew, thank you for the $75 donation over on Venmo. Matthew says you need to spend more time telling people it's bad to be a Nazi. You know what, Matthew? I guess maybe today I've just been so baffled by these people. I've just been gagged when I hear the fascist bullshit. But you know what? I agree. I agree that we just need to be spending more time saying that fascism is bad. You know what? You're right, Matthew. I appreciate you for the love. I want to see 750 Matthew W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Matthew. As well as Hannah, thank you for the $5. Saying, as somebody that also has a stutter, I think that you address the issue just fine. You're doing great, and you're a role model to this millennial who struggles with public speaking. Well, Hannah, I appreciate you so much. And dude, it could be so impactful. It really sucks, Hannah. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Paige, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Paige says, it's my birthday today, and I'm so happy to be watching the live as usual. Thank you for being awesome. Paige, happy birthday. Everybody in the chat. Show some love to Paige for her birthday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Selfie with the $5 on Venmo saying, check the pin in the Discord. I sure did. Thank you, Selfie. And then Rainey, I will not read your message out loud. Thank you for the $5. Gabrielle with a 5. Then Caroline 12 minutes ago with the 10. Saying I have a stutter and I don't think that you're being inconsiderate. I appreciate you for the love, Caroline. Everybody show some love to Caroline down below. And then, this was 22 minutes ago, but Jenna, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Jenna, you were awesome. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much. Everybody, please, 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 please show some love to Jenna down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you for the love, Jenna. Everybody, let's spam some W Jennas down below. Thank you for the $50. She just dropped a heart. All the love to you, Jenna, as well as Lola with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Lola. And then John 25 minutes ago with the $10 on Venmo. Y'all are awesome. Okay. All right. Mr. Jake, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't support. I think it's prophecy that weapon will be destroyed.
I really wanted, I got to kick him because of the lag, but I would really enjoy talking to that guy because I heard the word prophecy. I feel like he was about to say oh, it was like a prophecy from the Bible and he's put there by God. Oh my God. Yo, Lori, welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, Lori's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest, Michael Coleman, loaded up into the box right now. Everybody just do be patient while we're getting that guest loaded up in. Go to put a MAGA with your rage down below if you'd like to join. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, do you support Trump?
I'm a baby. I'm a baby. Born 20.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Quite frankly, get the hell out of here. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your rage down below in that chat. We got Jake Jones loading up in. Gubba, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is GUBBA. Gubba says, thank you for the entertainment throughout the grueling workday. These Trump supporters are insufferable, and you schooling them brings me joy and hope. Well, I'm happy that you take something away from the streams. And it also, I think it makes me happy too, just knowing.
Yeah, am I still lagging? Or?
You are still lagging. I'm sorry, man. I didn't even know that you were here. Knowing that there is seemingly, logical end to all of the Trump supporters' beliefs, implying that they're false, and maybe that there could be a great age of prosperity and intellectualism in our near future. I don't know, though. I don't know. It's just it's a hope. It's a hope. But I mean, this is my way to push for that reality to be real. So let's go and move on to the next guest. What's going on? How old are you?
42.
42. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Why, man? Why
I
do you
got a
support
picture
Trump?
with him right here.
Very nice, Roy. Cringe. Why do you support him?
I think he's done a good job at the border.
Okay.
He's done a good job at stopping a lot of DRU Gs coming in.
Okay.
I think that these tariffs are about just brought us in, $30 million a month. I think everything that he's done is basically the only thing I could criticize him on. I wish they would have released everything about Epstein right now.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
What is it?
Okay, and this is going to be personal to you and your profile picture. So we have Trump on record boasting about how he likes to walk into the changing rooms of contestants at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA when they're naked to perv on them and to sexually exploit them. Do you typically take pictures with people that admit to sexual exploitation?
Well, Well, he didn't. I don't. Not. I don't like go up people and take pictures of them. I take pictures of people that are like, I think are like cool people. It doesn't matter. Like a lot of cool people have done bad things. So.
Well, I actually don't think I would call somebody cool if they just straight up boasted about perving on naked teenage girls. Not my cup of
Yeah,
tea. How about
I
you?
mean, I think probably shouldn't have done that, but at the time he didn't know he was going to run for president. He was probably just being an idiot, laughing around with his buddies and saying stupid shit, which a lot of guys have done. I'm not trying to be like, oh, it's just boys being boys. Like I don't want to sound like that. But
Okay. So to your first claim, he probably didn't know he wanted to run for president. So are you saying like 99.99999% of all men that never will want to like legitimately run for president, or like just totally justified and literally sexually exploiting naked minors?
he didn't sexually exploit naked minors. He just went back there to like check out how everything was going back there and see
Yeah.
some of
Yeah, walking
a
in.
lot of the women were adult. They were like above.
So at Miss Teen USA, when he would walk backstage when they were undressed in their changing rooms to look at them while they were naked, and then to boast about how good they looked when they're naked, that is absolutely sexual exploitation.
Hello?
Hi. So I'll repeat that. It sounds like you cut out.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
It sounds like you cut out there. Like walking
Yeah, my bad. I got a
backstage
phone call.
at a Miss Teen USA beauty pageant where there was naked teenagers undressed getting ready inside of their dressing rooms, walking back there to look at them while they're naked is absolutely sexual exploitation.
Well, did he know? He probably didn't know that there were minors there, so just thought that they were
He
like adult
definitely
women.
did. It's called Miss Teen USA for a reason. Teenagers.
Well, teen can be 19, so
Okay, but they
sometimes
know.
I even heard that sometimes at the
So
pageants they'll even have like 20-year-olds.
it is a closed door beauty pageant. Do you think they will know the age of everybody coming in through those closed doors?
Exactly. So how is he gonna? Why would he think that there would be minors there?
Because there were minors there. That's why he would know there was minors there. Not to mention that even
Well,
if
if
they
he
were
knew that,
adults,
he
it
wouldn't
wouldn't
have done
change
it.
anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people should probably. I do that. I don't think. Well, hopefully, a lot of my friends would ever do that. But
You understand
you're
that
talking about a
that's
guy.
still sexual exploitation if it only happened to adults? Do you think that adults can be sexually exploited?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so it's still exploitations even if it only happened to adults, but it also happened to minors, and he knew that they were minors because he was the owner of the beauty pageant where the minors were signed up to be at that time, and he walked back where the minors were undressed and changing.
Okay. I mean, yeah, no, that's definitely not. I'm not trying to like really defend it.
So do you agree
It's not like the best.
that Donald Trump has sexually exploited many women and girls?
I mean, I don't know 100% by that definition, but he's definitely done some weird things.
Wait,
Like, probably.
what is sexual exploitation?
Like exploiting people sexually, probably.
Right. And obviously, walking to look at like a naked woman when she's only naked because she's getting undressed in an area where she doesn't expect any men to be because it's a woman's dressing room, is just to look at them while they're naked is going to be sexually exploiting them.
Yeah, no, that's not cool. But
Right.
I don't
So
know why
now
you're
we've agreed that
talking
Donald
about
Trump has
this instead
sexually
of like
exploited
talking about
women and
policy.
girls, right?
Well, is he doing that in the White? Is he doing that right now in the White House, or is he trying to make America better? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. So if Jeffrey Epstein was still alive, got off of jail, and just turned another leaf
It's
and
like
ran
what?
for
Like
president,
if
and
someone was
won.
in jail right
Oh,
now for like if someone was
is he doing it? Is he currently raping minors in the White
okay.
House, or is that
Well,
just something he
think
did
about
in his
this. Like,
pass on the
if
island?
there was someone in prison right now for doing something horrible, but like you knew that they had the cure for cancer, would you let them Would you let them do what they need to do?
Give us the cure to cancer?
Yeah, if there was
Why would I
someone who was
not?
in prison and they're well, exactly. I mean, so
They're in
if Trump's
prison.
done
They
bad
give us
things
the
in
cure to cancer from prison. They stay in prison. Why would I not accept the cure for cancer?
oh, you wouldn't like let them out and be like, oh, well, thanks for solving cancer.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because like
If they did a horrible thing, but then they
because
turn around
if
while
they
they're
like
in
if
prison,
they've
they're
like
like, I need to
raped
solve.
10 kids, they need to stay in jail till they die. That's why. Is that a controversial take?
No. That actually makes sense. I mean, yeah, there's definitely circumstances where people just need to stay in there. Period.
Would you have voted for Trump if he was a child rapist?
No.
Would you have voted for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a child?
Like, I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, that's if you're asking me if I knew that happened, I would never vote
I
for
mean, what
him
if
or
you?
anyone who
But
was
what if
voted
he
on
was
that.
held civilly liable for raping a child by an
I
anonymous
don't know
jury of
much
9?
about civil liability.
It's just that a unanimous civil court of 9 adjudicated he was guilty of child rape.
And how do they do? Like, what if you go there and someone doesn't have much evidence? What do they do?
Then they don't rule he was guilty because they didn't have a sufficient amount of evidence in order to meet the preponderance of evidence.
And
in which is
what about
required
people
by
who
a
get
civil court.
pleaded guilty when they're innocent?
Okay. That happens, but that's not typical to occur.
Okay.
Like for instance, would you say that because it's possible that I don't know, it's O.J. Simpson, for instance, is innocent because courts aren't right 100% of the time that therefore O.J. was innocent?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he probably was guilty.
Right. No, he was guilty. Absolutely. Right. Because
You think
we
so?
typically accept the outcomes of courts, right, unless we have good reason not to. So if you had no good reason to reject the findings of a civil court that held Trump liable for raping a child, would you still support him as president?
Sorry, wait, can you repeat the question one more time?
If we had no good reason to reject the findings of a civil court that held Trump liable for child rape, would you still support him as president?
Probably not, no. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think
Okay.
I would. Unless
If
he was known to be the savior of mankind and said that, and everyone knew that.
I don't know, would the savior of mankind rape a kid?
No, definitely not.
Right,
but
so then he wouldn't be known as the savior of mankind.
well, I guess you're right. But
Right, so you just
he's
told
not,
us if
he's
you-
not far from it. At least he's not far from it.
He's not far from it?
I mean, he's not there. He's definitely not the savior of mankind, but I mean, he's the savior of America. It's probably good.
The savior of America, Chad. I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's been a long day, folks. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have kicked him. Y'all come here for debates, and I just kicked him because he said something absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. That was a little bit more of like a response from like I'm sorry. I'm sold. I should have kept him up here. I should have kept him up. That was like a response from my gut. Dude, the moment I hear anybody call Trump the savior of mankind, immediately following a conversation about how he sexually exploited kids. Like, dude. Oh, okay. All right, I need to lock back in. No. I need to lock back in. Here we go. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. But holy fuck, dude. Oh my God, these people need to get a grip. Let's go to move on to what that next guest has to say. Everyone just give us a minute. Alexander, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that, Alexander. Alexander says, we're one step away from MAGA claiming Trump probably thought they were minors, not minors. Like minors with an ERS, like coal miners, not minors as in kids. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't heard that argument yet. Alexander. You bring up a great point. No, I'm surprised I haven't heard that one yet. And like, I understand that, this is going to be like satire that hinges on how absolutely insane and so deep in a cult so many Trump supporters are. But it's crazy because it might be true and that somebody might actually make that argument one day. Thank you for the $20, Alexander. Y'all should show some love to Alexander down below. I appreciate you so much, man. Now, we're going to go ahead and pull up the next guest right now while we are. Rosalie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Rosalie. Everybody show some love to Rosalie down below in that comment section saying love from Arkansas. Love to Arkansas, Rosalie. Appreciate you for being here. And Vic, go ahead and unmute that mic, man. I'd love to hop into a discussion with you. As well as Bear with the $10 over on Venmo saying just got into politics and love watching you, bro. Hell yeah, Bear, let's go. And then Christy with the $5 as well. Thank you, Christy. What's going on, Vic? Do you support Trump?
Hello, Deanie Weenie. You remember me? Yes, sir, I do.
I do not remember you at all. You are irrelevant.
All right, brother. Let's do this.
Okay. Is there anywhere where you could go without like the wind? If that's like a fan, can you turn it off or just go into a different room?
Oh, my fault, brother. Yeah. I'm on the East Coast right now, hiding from these nuclear bombs.
What? I'm just gonna ignore that. Is there anything you can do about that sound?
It's gone.
There
it's gone,
you go.
bro.
Okay, all right, Vic. Tell us why you support Trump, man. You got my ears.
I support Trump because I support his policies.
Oh shit! Which ones?
I support his knowledge with wanting to strengthen the economy. I support him wanting to secure our border for our Americans and for my children. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. Well, let's start for that one.
And I support them for protecting everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Protecting everybody. Okay. How many people did he protect when he gave a presidential pardon to G.J. Rodriguez, who went to jail for trying to kill a cop?
Oh, he just good. The police need to go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, that's not a take that we typically see from people on the right.
I'm just playing, brother.
Okay, so I mean, obviously that was a rhetorical question. Let me ask you a question. How is Donald Trump protecting the people in this country?
You said how's Donald Trump what?
Protecting the people of America?
Well, for one, he stands up to any other president that's in the world. He puts his damn foot down. You know what I'm saying?
Well, obviously not with
giving the
Putin.
money to like Biden did, passing it to them like Ukraine, billions of dollars.
Oh, really?
We're not giving
really?
To,
no,
so
no, no.
We're not giving
He's not funding Ukraine
we're
anymore.
We're not giving $500 billion to Iran to go bomb Israel, and then us have to get it out later on.
Well, I mean, actually, the denuclearization agreement we had with Iran kind of prevented them from attempting to bomb Israel because it prevented them from developing nuclear weapons. Get pushed. Now, you said that he's no longer sending any money to Ukraine. So, fun fact, he is. He's conceded. He has turned around, done a full 180, and is now sending money back to Ukraine because we figured out when we stopped funding Ukraine that it made them weaker and just caused Russia to be more aggressive, which meant more Ukrainians dead and higher levels of global tension. The Democrats were right all along. Giving money to Ukraine was the right thing to do, and now the Trump administration has conceded and has resumed funding to the country. Thank you so much. Get pushed, quite frankly.
Get pushed.
Get pushed.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
It means that you got punked.
I mean, yeah, you did good right there. Thank you for the roses, Loretta.
Why is Loretta, stop.
Thank you for the 13 roses and 3.
Okay,
Thank you, Loretta.
Stop talking about your roses from Loretta. Why is Loretta doing that? I don't know. So do you want to continue the debate? Oh, wait, actually, Loretta, why are you sending them roses? Loretta? Okay.
What, you know anything about the 1994?
1 second, sir. Everybody, I apologize that you had to see that. They were immediately fucking kicked. There is literally nothing more that I could have done outside of an immediate kick. I think that should be a jailable offense. I'm not going to lie. I think that should be a crime. That should be like a pretty severe crime. If you don't know what happened, don't worry. But all that I'll say on that is that they were immediately removed. That was the fastest response that I could have given to that. I think that should be an incredibly jailable offense. Think about the minors that are watching. Think about the children that are watching. I mean, just expose that to minors and children. Okay? Like, this is obviously intended to be an adult space because of the nature of the political content, but at the end of the day, TikTok has minors on it. There's gonna be minors that find their way into the live, so exposing that to minors should be a very big time jailable offense. Big time, big time. And if you don't know what happened, good. Everybody asking what happened down below in the chat. I envy you. Now, Vic, continue on. Why do you support Trump?
Man, whoever put that in the chat, they ass whoop. Mind my language.
You know what? I agree. I agree, Vic.
Well, good. All right, I'm gonna stop tuning in chat for everybody. I support Trump because
I gotta kick you. You're fucking chewing on your mic. What the hell am I doing? We're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. All right, we're gonna go get that next Trump supporter loaded into the box right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. All right. How do you?
I'm 19.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I'm gonna come on your face.
Bro. Vinny. Moving on to the next guest. We got Tommy loading up in the box. Here we go, everybody. Jason, thank you for the 12 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying a president advertising himself with America First, taking away food stamps from millions of individuals and families who rely on it is so ridiculously controversial and disgusting. No, right? Yeah, they call themselves America First, but then they just actively hurt this country first. Funny enough. Hello, Tommy. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, and what time is it?
11:06.
11:06. Yep, we are only looking to talk to people that are from America. Goodbye, Mr. British man. Okay, this next guest is likely to be the very last guest of the night. How old did he say he was? I wasn't even paying attention. I need to lock in, chat. I need to lock in. I'm getting tired. By the way, today after my stream, I am hanging out with an old friend that I haven't seen in like years, and we're gonna play some music. Because he's starting to get into writing his own music, and the guy sounds so fucking good. So I'm gonna work on some of his own pieces with him. I'll have to play y'all a little bit of his music here in a bit. It's pretty good. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right.
Yeah.
Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? Quite frankly, sir. Take it away.
Okay. So basically, I've been. If I can give it a little bit of an introduction, that'd be great if I could. Can I?
Yeah.
So my girlfriend actually brought me to you, right? Because she asked me about it. I told her that I supported Trump and everything, and I still do. But I don't have like a great grasp on politics, and I've been, no lie, like every single day watching debates, watching you debate, watching Charlie debate, watching a lot of people debate, and I haven't heard a concept get brought up, and I wanted to bring it up to you because I wanted to hear your opinion on it.
Okay.
And I'm around a lot of people that do like support this opinion, so it doesn't really help. I haven't really been able to talk to someone that was intellectually inclined like you about the subject.
And you said that you have a liberal girlfriend?
I do.
Yeah,
Her
bro.
name is Sam.
Yeah, bro. I got her. Take it away. You got it.
All
You
right.
got it.
So I listen, like I said, I agree with a lot of the takes, and I'm changing over. But one thing is like I don't like it. There was two main presidents when it came to the last election, right? There was two main presidents. It was like between Trump and Kamala.
Yep.
Or Kamala or whatever.
Just call her Miss Harris. Call her Miss Harris.
Miss Harris.
There you
Okay. Miss Harris. My thing is about Miss Harris is or any female, not that they're not competent.
Women.
But because of the way that they like other countries perceive women, like if we're trying to like I guess like not declare something or like scare a country off from a conflict between us, like I don't really think that they would take them seriously. And the reason I believe that because it's like normal in societies in other countries or in like other groups, like say like the Taliban or the cartel, where they don't really respect women that much. And it's unfortunate, but I feel like that's just the way it is. What are your thoughts on that?
I have very clear thoughts. I have a question.
Yeah.
200 years ago, black people were legally designated as property.
Indeed.
In the last 200 years, how did we get from where we are at to where we are today?
Grasping reality, right. I don't know. New perspectives. I'll just say that, new perspectives.
And a lot of those new perspectives came from empowering black voices. Right? That is a big part of the answer to the question. is that empowering black people to speak, to be heard, and to advocate for the change has been instrumental to progression of American society, and the work's not done. And the reason I bring this up is because if empowering black voices is a necessary tool to fight against racism, then why wouldn't empowering the voices of women be a necessary tool to fight against sexism? And when I'm presented with this equation, with this problem I got to solve here, of there's sexism on the global stage in America, in Europe, in Asia, in every continent on Earth, and we know that a necessary tool that we must use in order to overcome this is empowering the voices of women. How fucking powerful would the voice of a competent woman be with a plan that's good for this country and for most parts of the world be standing in front of the most powerful military on the face of this planet, the world's largest economy, the world's the richest consumer base, most productive market on the face of this planet, okay? A country that is revered by many as the world's leading superpower, right? So, I mean, I think that is a really huge part of understanding this perspective, is that if we want to overcome global sexism, put in a woman in charge, a competent woman in charge of the world's most powerful country is certainly a way to go about it. And then on another hand here, because we also I want to ask you a handful of other questions. Do you agree that anti-black racism still exists on the global stage?
And anti-black racism is like what is that? What do you mean by that exactly?
Like,
Sorry,
people are racist against black people everywhere in the world.
I believe that it definitely still exists.
Okay.
I definitely believe it.
So does this mean that if Obama was running right now, you wouldn't vote for him because he's black?
No, I wouldn't. It's not that. I have a lot of friends from Mexico, and we talk about immigration a lot, and I listen to a lot of your things. Obama, from my understanding, was like levels ahead in terms of like deporting like immigrants over back to Mexico. Was he not? That's the main reason why I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I was listening to bits and pieces of that argument. I just want to clarify here. You're telling me that you wouldn't have supported him because of his deportation policy. Well, this would also mean that you want to support Trump because he wants to deport literally every single undocumented immigrant in this country. Second of all, don't tokenize like your friends that are Mexican. And then third of all, if you're telling me that you wouldn't have a motivation to vote against Obama because he's black, even though anti-black racism exists on the global stage, why would you say that a motivation to vote against Kamala Harris is because she's a woman and sexism against women exists on the global stage?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like I understand like the like your perspective, and I completely understand why it makes sense like to put her in like a position of leadership like that. But if like what happened with, obviously we were talking about like racism and everything, and how there were slaves and people literally owned them as quote property. There was like a big fight going in between that, and I feel like a big fight between something like so like I refer to the Taliban and things like that as like modern day pirates, because it's very easy for them to like regain power, right? So they can just go up to like household and be like, you join me, or bad things happen, and then obviously they have no choice because it's a third world country, and then they're forced to do this. Like it's not ideal to get into conflicts with ideas. I mean, you can't really kill an idea, and I think we can all agree with that. And having I don't know a lot of countries with female leaders and that are like successful that haven't had female leaders for a very long time.
Dude,
I feel like
the world's third largest economy is run by a woman leader.
I understand, but I'm saying it's just like
Germany is run by a woman leader. They're the world's third largest economy. India,
like I said,
the world's largest country via constituent base. Their president is a woman. UK had a lot more respect when Queen Lizzie was in charge compared to now. Mexico as a woman president. New Zealand, Finland, everywhere. Denmark.
May I speak?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my bad. So I understand. I guess, like I said, I'm just ignorant. I'm just ignorant to a lot of the topics. I really just wanted to hear your perspective on that, because I just hadn't heard it brought up, and I understand, and you make a lot of sense. I don't know, but like I said, you're doing a really good job at like trying to convert me to that side, and I'm going to that side. It's just a slow process. If you could you tell me a source where Trump has done, because I've heard you go over it, where he's done some of these bad things with like younger females and everything. I would like to
Dude, stop calling women and girls females. But go ahead. What you want to source for? What specifically?
Well, girls, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but what sexual assault and stuff like that Trump has done. I just want to get my own research, because if he actually has, and I can get my own research and look at it other than taking your word for it, then I will totally not support him right now. Like I will totally drop his entire idea.
Wait, I mean, let's just do this on live real quick.
A day that starts with a walk.
I mean, I want you to be able to hear this clip quickly.
I understand.
Conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later. Oh, I see. You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I understand. I really appreciate that. Dean. Yeah, I guess I'll say you're fantastic. I just want to say you're fantastic at debating. I like your perspectives. With that being said, thank you, because I definitely do no longer support him. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. I
just need to
appreciate
put that
you for hearing me out. I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest. One second, everybody. I need to put myself on mute to listen to this video real quick. What a shame. Dude, he has like a pinned video that's just spamming the N-word. Man. Okay. Oh man, you got a lot of work to do. You seemed open-minded. You seemed open-minded to liberalism and progressivism, which seems to like just completely contradict the second pin video. Please do some research. If that last guest still happens to be in here, please do some research on racism, on the usage of slurs, the N-word, where it comes from, why we shouldn't be like throwing that around today. Like if you like still happen to be listening, like please do that. Like I'm like trying to be like as gracious as possible here. Like that shit is racist. I'm just like trying to be as gracious as possible. Like maybe like you just have been societalized into thinking that it's okay. Please do research. Please look into it. Okay, that's like incredibly wrong and incredibly racist. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Everyone just give us a minute here, y'all. I'm pretty beat from today. I feel like we've had a lot. I feel like there's been a lot today. There's been a lot today, chat. There's been a lot, guys. We've just had a lot of like guests coming at me from a lot of different angles. Let me tell you, by the time I'm done with one of these 4-hour streams, I'm beat. You know what I mean? I'm going to be honest. It's just like I have so much shit coming at me from so many angles. Like that first guest that was even arguing that like 9-year-old victims of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion. And just hearing shit like this again and again and again for like 4 hours straight is just so much. He deleted it. Good. Let's go and move on to the next guest. We got Andrew loading up in, y'all. Somebody in the YouTube chat says, please read donations. That is exactly what I'm going to do right now. Let's see here real quick. First and foremost, Caleb, appreciate you for the $2 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. Diana, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Saying, I love what you do. I have some MAGA family. So it's so nice to listen to you. Well, I appreciate that, Diana. You should bring him up on live one day. Love to chat with him. Let's go and move on to the next guest, Lyle. Thank you. As well as Lola, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying my daily Dean donation. Lola, you've been here for the last couple days, guys. Show some love to Lola down below. Then Tony, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Tony says, Fuck Donald Trump. Let's go, Tony. That is T-O-N-I. Show some love to Tony down below in that comment section, everybody. Then Chloe with a $5 on PayPal, and Lee with a 5 as well. Thank you, Chloe and Lee. You guys are great. I'd also like to thank Christy once again for the $5 over on Venmo. Let's go ahead and read those YouTube super chats quickly. They're not loading, so I need to refresh that page. Welcome in, Lyle. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What year were you born in?
2006.
How old are you?
19.
What month?
September.
You'd actually still be 18.
You got me.
I did.
Cookie King Mom.
Let's see here. Compound, thank you for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying like the stream, hell yeah. Chaz with the $5. And then Jason once again with the 12. I appreciate you guys for the love. Everybody that has supported me over on Venmo and PayPal for the day. You guys are awesome. Just know that I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. Now, okay, so like I was telling you guys earlier, right after I end the stream, I'm going to hit up my buddy that I haven't talked to in years, and we're going to work on creating some music with one another. I want to play y'all one of his songs. So he wrote this. This is just like a recording off the phone. I heard this and I was like, this actually has some potential. So I want to play it to y'all quickly, just a little bit of it. And I want to get like a general gauge from y'all if like you think that this shit like has some potential. You know what I mean? Because I rarely will say that about like random music. But I heard this and I was like, damn. Like, dude, this like I could totally, if this guy was in a studio and spent a couple more years like getting it down, recording and whatnot, like this guy could like really have some potential. So I'm gonna play this to y'all real quick. Just take a quick listen. Oh no, I refreshed it. Here we go. Everyone, give me a second. Okay, all right, here we go. Here we go.
Let me know what you think. Deep in the oak trees, I see her eyes, and if it cost me the rest of my life, it'd be worth every second that I must spend in stone. If her hair was serpents, her nails were knives, and they cut to the bone every time that I tried to reach her, it'd be worth every life.
I'll play like another like 10-15 seconds here real quick.
She's got a garden, a statue of suitors. I'll strike my best pose. Spend every day wondering in silence if she ever held me once more.
There you go. There's a little snippet. See, like I heard that shit and I was like, dude, like fuck. Like that actually has a potential, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's tough. You got great voice, pretty good. I mean, dude, so this guy's been grinding since like I was friends with him in high school. So this was like one of my really close friends, like my sophomore year of high school. And you know, I stayed in touch with him going through high school, then kind of fell out of touch with him when I went to college. But like since sophomore year in high school, dude's been grinding. I used to play with him all the time. It was fun. But I recently saw that video and I was like, damn, this dude has like gotten really, really good. So, I mean, I'm gonna link up with him as soon as I'm off here. I'm gonna hop on the guitar and the keys, you know, see if we could add a couple layers to it. It'll be pretty fun. But I mean, like, hopefully, like the hope is somebody in the chat says sorry, but bros buns. I don't know. I thought he was pretty good. But like the hope is, you know, like if this guy keeps cooking, you know, like maybe I could help, you know, share his ad a little around, do a little bit of like advertising on this dude's work, you know, because he's pretty good. And I also, you know, like, because I have the studio for like the live streams and whatnot. See this mic? This is like the best consumer grade microphone. Like the SM7B, it's like used for podcasts and like live streams like this for sure. But it's also used for like entry music recording. You know what I mean? So if I like throw him on this mic, get that shit recorded, I could, you know, probably help him out. So I'm gonna see what he's all up to. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. That's what the rest of my evening's gonna look like. I would drop his at, but you know, I want to talk to him, make sure he's okay with it. Somebody in the chat said he's good, but country's med. No, that's just individual taste. It's individual taste. Personally, I like country. I do. Strangely enough, I know it's not a super like liberal thing to like, but Tyler Childers, so good, so great, so great. So beautiful, quite frankly. So great. Anyways, I'm going to go to an end for the day. I really appreciate everyone so much for pulling through and hanging out with us. I'm going to have a good rest of my evening, doing something fun for once. And yeah, everybody, have a good rest of your evening. Parker should be hopping on here any second. I'm actually going to tell him that I'm hopping off right now. I am hopping off now. So Parker's going to be on at any moment now. But I love you all. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, everybody. Take care and have a good rest of your evening. Bye-bye.